Okay, here we go. Drive safe. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Exit right. Go straight on. Keep right. Keep left. Recomputing. Go straight on.
Bentar ya, tes. Oh, baru pasang mic-nya, sorry. Bentar ya, minum dulu. Alah, para sih ngai ka. Tapi main game. Hah? Goyang nasi padang. Nang. Padang di mana, Bu? KPG apa? Padang. Minum obat, Sabang. Aku sedih. Chicken. Hah? Rek padang atau rek bismillah? Hari saya mau apa?
Keep left.
Sekolahan. Sama ibu tuh yuk. Kenapa coba telling apa alasannya? Beneran mau bismillah? Ikan yang kemarin yang saya mata hati bentar tuh ya, apa parkirin dulu truknya. Ibu atau yang berangkat? Flying chicken. Belum ada rest areanya tuh, sini Gralia. Sama ibu. Mana single.
Keep left. Finding a new route.
Yang ini aku jual. Nanti siapa yang beli? Jual. Yang siapa? Manusia. Sebagai perempuan. Ibu mas. Ibu mas. Ke bawah aku. Sakti. Sakti. Biji sumpah pelajar Sakti.
Ayam kakak buat nanti dimakan lagi ya.
Muslim.
Oke, lanjut lagi.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn left.
Alhamdulillah pengiriman pertama beres ya. Pom bensin dulu. Pom bensinnya mana? Oke,
Time to hit the road.
kita ke pom bensin.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Kemana?
You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
Oke, full tank, kita cari job lagi. Edinburgh ya. Udah bro, oi. London, Paris, tapi Parisnya di sini. Londonnya di sini. Oh, gitu. Brussels, ya, Hamburg, udah. Oh, gitu bro. Ini dulu ya, Edinburgh. Duisburg. Düsseldorf. Oh, oke. Düsseldorf atau Duisburg. Duisburg. Nah, ini Duisburg. Duisburg ya. Oke, let's go.
Let's do this. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Keep right.
Exit right.
Finally, we are here.
Hmm. Hmm. Oke, lanjut lagi yuk. Kita kirim barang lagi.
Okay, here we go. Okay, let's find a new route. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Here we are, safe and sound. Time to turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. straight on. At the roundabout, take the first exit. Exit now. Keep right.
Oh, buset.
Yan ako kanil, mo kanil mo kanil, nalamihin mo kanil sa kanil, nalamihin mo kanil mo, matawas mo ako mata, nalamihin mo matawas mo kanil, ayun. Yun, natutut. Madua. Ibu kali. mobil. Apa ada pintu di belakang? Ini kan makin selesai. Ya, ini dia dari minyak solid, minyak kuncinya. Nah, ini minyak sama ini. Nah, ini tujuannya makan pagi. Ini telur ini. Nah, ini ada rodanya. Ini roda 5. Ini roda pintu belakang. Ini maskapai itu. Ini pemahami. Nah, ini solid ini. Jadi makanya kayak gitu ya. Ini buat apa? Ini bangunan. Ini bangunannya ini mobil. Bangunan ini. Kita sistem guys. Ini kita nah ini ini. Nah ini ada ini ada ini. Nah ini ada minusnya. Nah ini ada ini. Dalam meningkat. Nah ini ada penjalannya. Nah ini kan hitamnya. Ini lawannya. Nah ini orangnya di sini belakang. Nah ininya di sini. Ini bangunan. Nah ini bangun kereta. Ininya ini mana lagi? Ini tahunnya tahun bus, ini belakang. Ini kelangnya. Tapi ini kelangnya 2 guys. Ini jalan raya. Iya, untuk ini satu deh. Nah, ini di bawah. Ini bawah. Ini suaminya. Nah, ini suara. Panas. Berapa hari? Keretanya itu. Ini ada kopinya. Kopinya. Ini apa? Oh ini apa ini? Ini batasnya. Ini mau matiin. Ini mau mundur. Nah, ini jagung di sini. Nah, ini ada orang buang. Ini ada buang. Ini mau bantu. Ini ada buang. Nah, ini gentengnya di sini di atas. Ini ininya. Ini sticknya. Ini ada kecil. Ada yang sticknya. Ini keluar. Nah, ini yang mau ini nggak mau. Ini. Ya, ini. Nah, ini belum ini. Itu juga ada dua. Nah, ini seringnya. Ini rumah. Nah, ini rumah sakitnya. Di sini kecil. Nah, mau minta ini gue unjuk. Ininya. Nah, ini mainnya di luar. Nah, ini kawasannya. Ini kalau sampai di dalam. Ini kan gebak. Nah, ini nah, ini kereta rumah. Nah, ini.
Alhamdulillah. Sorry bro, tadi ada orderan. Live sambil grab. Apakah udahan cenah HP-nya? Oke, kita lanjutkan perjalanannya. Yuk. Bapak nganter ke itu Banjaran. Banjaran yang mau ke Pangalengan itu jauh banget. Pengen
Keep left. rerouting.
Bentar ya. Gila nih.
Flying blind over vast expanses of the Pacific. She had started out in Oakland, she stopped over in Miami, went down to Brazil, across the equator, across Africa, India, down to Australia, and then at last stop, across the Pacific. She was broadcasting but on the wrong frequency. She's talking to the ship that's supposed to guide her in, and some of this stuff, especially at the beginning, was like really hopeful and gung-ho, and I'm gonna do this, and here's how I'm gonna do it. And then as she goes,
Dlatego, że do wojny to było państwo o najtańszym.
Berge, ein anderes Rennen. Ich habe mich im Training mehr auf diese großen Anstiege vorbereitet.
Wie Anna Giordano aus Rom berichtet.
Silvia Rodda.
Convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/copy.
Relax at beaches only the locals know about. Take in views bus tours can't reach. And discover hidden gems in your own backyard. Summer's out there. Rent a car with Enterprise and unlock it. With 9,500 locations in more than 90 countries. Where will Enterprise take you? Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Better Kentish. Are they on PC?
With Enterprise, transparent rental fees give you peace of mind this summer.
The second thing is the target capacity rules on the state of our prison system. Prisoners, thousands of prisoners set to be raised early. How much does that worry you? Tommy's in Ashford. Hi, Tommy.
Yeah, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you, sir. Hope you are too.
Yeah, very well, thank you. A couple of points. One, we should stop sending money to other countries and invest in building more prisons here.
But we are, Tommy, we are building them. It's just too late.
That just summed up the concern.
That's who you are responsible for. I mean, it's hard to disagree. They were about for the 14 years that this problem arose.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, also, I feel the cry for a living, and the other reason these prisons are full is because, I drive all weekend. Sometimes you don't see one police car. So it's almost like a lawless society. People just, sell drugs, do crime. There's no police. I've seen incidents.
If it was a lawless society, then we wouldn't have record numbers of people in prison. So there must be the police that are...
Mate, there's more crime that goes on than is actually caught. Trust me.
Of course. There wouldn't be record numbers of people in prison if there weren't police putting those people behind bars.
But do you ever see them? Honestly, I've seen incidents where there's been ram raids. It takes them half an hour. And some of the jewellers have been ram raided. Half an hour to get response.
Yeah, they're not visible enough on the streets for sure. On that, I totally agree. But that doesn't mean that they don't exist.
Yeah, but then all the cuts they've done. This is all these cuts for policing. This is the fallout from it.
But that's where I've got to disagree, Tommy, because if what you would expect to happen, if what you're saying is true, is that you cut the police, fewer people get put through the court system and fewer people go to prison. Whereas what we're actually seeing is more people go to prison and people going to prison for longer.
I get your point, but sometimes, like I said, sometimes I drive around and I never see.
You're right, of course you are, about the visibility. There are not enough police on our streets. The idea of neighbourhood officers was decimated by the cuts we're talking about. On that, to agree with you completely. Thank you for the call, sir. Tommy in Ashford. of the opposition. We've had Suella Braverman, we've had Robert Jenrick. We're expected to hear more from James Cleverly, Tom Tooman and others. According to one poll this morning, the front line is not Kelly Babb, as has been thought to be the case, but actually James Cleverly, who said would be the only favourite among voters to replace Rishi Sunak as leader of the Conservatives. That, according to a YouGov poll published this morning, 19% think he will make a good or very good leader. That's higher than the other candidates. Let's talk to Paul Scully, former Minister, former MP for Sutton and Shield. Paul, good to have you on this morning. Before we come to who might be the best person to lead your party moving forward, from what we've seen in the last week, do you think that your former colleagues have appreciated and understood the sheer scale of the defeat that you faced?
I think there are some colleagues that are still traumatised by the defeat. There are some, and that will take time for them to process. For me, it was about par for what I was expecting. You know, I think the polls, although they were wildly different than MRP polls, I think they showed the comparative size as came out. But we've got to show humility. We've got to show that we a deeper understanding of exactly what people were telling us at the time. It's not just one big reform have come, they're all right-wingers, it's a shift to the right. Actually, there's a lot of disaffected people there. There were people that are just upset about our perceived incompetence, and you've just been talking about prison places and stuff. And it's that perceived competence that people want to see. That's what we've got to learn, rather than shifting left or right.
Just on that then, who of the possible leadership candidates, and I think we've got a pretty good idea of who's going to put their hat in the ring, who, and it might be more than one person, Paul, do you think's got the qualifications to do what you're talking about, work out what went wrong and start the process of putting it right?
Oh, and it's interesting that we've had about 3 polls now, and they've each shown, I think one showed Suella, one showed Kemi, one showed James Cleverly, as you've just been talking about. So they seem to be differing at the moment. The kind of person I'm looking at, or I'm looking for rather, I don't have a particular person in mind, is someone who can lead the party, not an ideologue who's going to say, right, come over here, sit in the deep end, the water is warm. Someone that's actually going to grab the party, bring it together, say, let's have the conversation together about what kind of Conservative party we want to be. Is it a socially conservative party, a free market? Is it all of that? Is it, focusing on immigration? Is it focusing on the competence that I'll be talking about? People like James Cleverly, Tom Tugendhat, those are guys that are proven leaders that actually I think can do a good job in that. What I don't want to see is, as I say, an ideologue that's going to... I always get asked, are you going to lurch to the right? Lurch is not a good word in politics, whether you're whichever direction you lurch.
Paul, what you're saying, that would presumably rule out the likes of Suella Braverman, Priti Patel, possibly Kemi Badenoch too.
Well, I'm not ruling anybody out, to be honest. I'm just...
But they're ideologues. Those politicians are ideologues.
Yeah, well, I mean, what we've seen in the last week with some of the stuff with Suella and Kemi, for example, airing out the dirty linen in laundry in public sort of thing, is not particularly helpful. It's not a great start. It might be talking to a particular base, but if you're trying to get back to a broad-based party that people can engage with then and regain their trust, you're going to need to take a different approach.
Paul, appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much indeed for coming on. Paul Scully, former MP for Sutton and Cheam, for what it's worth. I think Paul's spot on there. They need somebody that can reach out to the country, not just reach out to their party members, as some of the candidates seem to be focusing their efforts on doing. Paul, thank you very much again. Interesting conversation on prisons. Quick text to wrap it up. This in Colin. I don't understand what all the concerns are about people being released early. Prisoners have never served all the time they were given. They only serve half of their time. If you're given 3 years in prison, you'll only serve 18 months. Under this new system, you will serve 14 and a half months. We're making a big fuss over 3.5 months, as if that extra time in prison would make any difference. That comes in from Colin. Colin, I disagree with you on that. I think it does matter. And constantly reducing the time someone serves, it gets to the point, doesn't it, where it undermines the entire point of criminal justice. Thank you for your calls, texts and tweets on that. We do have to move on, and move on we will.
We've now pretty much exhausted all the supply, and that's really absolutely dire.
LBC discovers the UK is almost entirely out of the life-saving drug Creon in a shortage that could last until 2026. Plus,
as a direct result of these inquiries, primacy for this investigation has now been handed over to the Metropolitan Police.
Human remains found in a flat in London are being linked to those discovered in Bristol. LBC's Shivani Sharma will be at the scene. But first,
under the last Labour government. We grew the economy and we were able to restore fair pay for nurses, and that is the mindset that we've taken to government.
Keir Starmer on collision course with trade unions already in his first few days in office after refusing to budge on public sector pay rises. Is Starmer already failing working people, or is that just good, sensible government?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, detectives investigating the discovery of human remains in Bristol say more have been found in a flat in West London. They believe that they're linked to those found in 2 suitcases discovered near the Clifton Suspension Bridge on Wednesday. Police are trying to trace 24-year-old Justin Andreas Mosqueras. Owen Richards is from the Met Police.
I do not underestimate the impact this will have on our communities, particularly in Shepherd's Bush, where we have a crime scene in place.
Joe Biden is continuing to resist calls for him to quit the presidential race, saying he's not done yet. The US president defiantly addressed a campaign rally in Detroit, responding to critics of his recent shaky performances. Biden warned about the dangers of Donald Trump.
Trump is even more dangerous now. No, I'm serious. He's unhinged. And he snapped. Trump said if he wins, he'll be a dictator on day one. He means it, folks. We're not going to let that happen. Over my dead body.
There's reaction on LBC this morning to government plans to approve the early release of some prisoners. The Justice Secretary wants inmates who haven't been convicted of sexual or terrorism offences to be freed in England and Wales after serving 40% of their sentence. Bishop James Jones told LBC we should concentrate less on the length of sentences and more on the content of them.
Education may be very important, but for example, 50% of the homicides are drug related. And if a prisoner goes into prison and that's not addressed and they come out as addicted as when they went in, then they are as dangerous as when they went in. And society is less safe because of that.
Alec Baldwin broke down in tears as the manslaughter case against him was thrown out. The actor was facing a possible prison sentence over a faceless shooting on the film set Rust. The judge decided the prosecution had withheld key evidence about ammunition relating to the death of a cinematographer in 2021. And this morning, for people heading to Heathrow and Gatwick this weekend as part of the M25 southwest of London is shut for bridge work. A 5-mile stretch between junctions 10 and 11 is closed until Monday morning. LBC weather, well, this weekend is going to see a mix of conditions. Unsettled for many of us today. More sunshine in the west. Showers for most, though. Top temperature of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Sinead Carroll.
Hey, you, with the hands at 10 and 2. Ever felt that nudge that your motor might need a little TLC? When it's time to go under the hood, eBay's got you covered. From mirrors to headlights, find all the right parts like entering your reg. And if it doesn't fit, eBay Assured Fit means you can return it for free. That's our money-back pledge. Find the right part at the right price. eBay Assured Fit. Exclusions apply. See ebay.co.uk for more details.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ben Kentish.
8:03 is the time. A very good morning if you're just joining me here on LBC. Ben Kentish in for Matthew Wright this weekend. Hope you're very well. Keir Starmer started pretty well, I think, by most people's view on when it comes to his first, just over a week now as Prime Minister. Certainly a lot of praise early on. And yet, it's not going to be easy, is it? We knew it's not going to be an easy ride for the new Prime Minister, given the state the country is in, given the state the public finances in. Already, Keir Starmer seems to be on a collision course with trade unions after seeming to suggest that the big pay rise for public sector workers that many of them would like to see and perhaps hoped a Labour government would bring in is not going to materialise. Keir Starmer asked yesterday if he will give public sector unions what they want when it comes to wages. He answered no. is the answer to that question. Obviously, there are a number of pay settlements to be gone through on an annual basis, but the finances are in a very poor state. I think Keir Starmer seeming to shoot down suggestions that Labour will give teachers, doctors, police officers, nurses a hefty pay rise, at least this year. Is that Labour betraying its people? Is that Labour selling out the people that perhaps hoped that after 14 years of Conservative rule, Labour coming in would mean
Never
a big
mind.
boost to
I'll
their
find a new route.
wages and their household finances? Or is that just another sign of Keir Starmer being upfront and honest about the state the country's in and showing that he is committed to serious government, to fiscal responsibility, even if it's difficult and even if it puts him on a major collision course with unions and union leaders? 03456060973. If you are a doctor, if you're a nurse, if you are a police officer, if you work in the public sector, how do you feel about even a Labour government saying, I'm really sorry, there's no money available to pay you much more than you're getting now? Now, of course, we don't know what the recommendation from the pay review bodies is going to be yet. That will come in a few weeks' time. But we do know already that Keir Starmer is seeming to rule out any major pay increase. Good government, or Labour letting down the people who, perhaps more than anyone, deserve a pay boost this year? Give me a ring, 03456060973. You can WhatsApp the same number, text me on 84850, or tweet me at Kentish if you want. You can also send Alexa a message by saying, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Speak to a leader of the Teachers Union in just a moment. First, Dave Penman joins us, General Secretary of the FDA Union. Dave, good to have you on the programme this morning.
Keep right,
what do you make of that?
and then turn right.
Seeming to rule out major pay increases for public sector workers.
Turn right.
And everyone knows the inheritance that Labour have and the challenges they've got in public finances. I think, Keir was asked the question at a summit in NATO about whether he was going to give in to union demands. Very few prime ministers will answer that in positive, yes, I'm going to give in to union demands about above inflation pay rises. We all know how tough it's going to be this year with the public finances. We have yet to see what the pay review bodies have said about what their recommendations are, whether that's above inflation or around inflation, we don't know, because obviously a bit like we faced last year, the peer reviewed bodies can be a little bit behind what's happening in inflation. They make recommendations quite early on, and when inflation's rising, that looks to be out of kilter, and if inflation's dropping, it can look like above inflation pay rises is what they're recommending. So we need to see that, and really what the government need to do is publish it. But what Keir needs to understand in the Labour government, I think, do understand, is that all of the things that they've been elected on to say that they're going to fix public services means that it's public servants who are going to deliver for them. And they need to understand over the longer term what are the consequences of not addressing the pay issues that there are in the public services. They say they want to recruit 1,000 probation officers to deal with the overcrowding in prison, because they're going to have to let record numbers of prisoners out early because of overcrowding. How are you going to recruit them? The NHS backlog, who's going to do that? The crisis we've got in recruitment in teaching and social care, they're all public servants. And the reason why we've got this crisis is because year after year, governments in the past have not funded proper pay rises for the public services. So you can't have it both ways, and I think that's one of the big challenges of being in government that Keir's got to address now.
So, Dave, would you, regardless of what the pay recommendations are, would you like, for the reason that you've just given, Keir Starmer to come out and say, actually, when it comes to fixing our public services, we need to go further and do more than we normally would, and we are going to therefore give public sector workers more of a pay rise than even the independent pay bodies are recommending?
Well, I think talking about the public sector is really difficult because it's so vast and deals with so many things. So at the moment that Keir Starmer's been asked that question, his health secretary's in discussions with the BMA, who are looking for 36%. Now, obviously, they've got a legitimate case for that, but you can't just simply use phrases about, giving in or above inflation everywhere. That's the difficulty. It's challenging across the public sector. There are very different parts of the public sector facing different issues. What public servants want is fairness. The point of pay review bodies was to try and take the politics out of public sector pay, because it's always difficult for governments to give public servants a pay rise, because they're always facing this challenge. Is it jobs? Is it pay? What is it? And so the point of peer review bodies were to be independent and make independent recommendations, looking at evidence, looking at the things like a recruitment crisis in a sector. So they would look at that and say, look, actually, one of the reasons for this is about starting pay, so they may make recommendations about what you do about starting pay. That's really what public servants want. They want fairness. And when inflation has been at record levels within the last 12 months, people are still feeling that. So therefore, understanding how government respond to a peer review body is really important.
But Dave, just on that, as you say, the public sector, the independent bodies that make those recommendations are supposed to factor in things like the crisis in recruitment. When you look at how many parts of our public sector, from probation to the NHS to social care, you could go on, are understaffed, where there are massive vacancies, is there not an argument that those independent recommendations haven't been very good for quite a while?
But the problem has been the government have been ignoring the recommendations of the independent peer review bodies. That's part of the challenge. I mean, we've got a crisis in confidence in the review bodies, not because of the work of the review bodies, because of the approach of government. What we need to see is a strengthened review body process that government are committed to. So if the unions are going to commit to it, give evidence and say this is a fair way of settling pay, that means in tough times and good, government need to honour the recommendations of the peer review body. And that question that was put to Keir is probably because people are expecting that what the peer review bodies will recommend this year will be above inflation, because inflation has been dropping quite rapidly. So if they recommend, say, a 3 or 4% pay rise in some sectors and inflation's at 2%, that will be seen as a kind of inflation-busting pay rise. Last year, it was, around 5% when inflation was at 10%, so it was way below. So, this is sometimes a kind of cyclical thing from year to year, but that's essentially where it is. So I don't think the crisis here is around the review bodies themselves. It's about how government has dealt with them over the longer term.
Got you. Dave, thank you very much for your time this morning. Dave Penman, General Secretary of the FDA Union. Let's bring another union leader this morning. Niamh Sweeney is Deputy General Secretary of the National Education Union. Niamh, very good morning to you. I presume you agree with quite a lot of what you heard from Dave there. Do teachers need above inflation pay rise this year? Good morning.
Good morning. They absolutely do, and I do agree with what Dave has commented on there. Our education workers, teachers, leaders and support staff have worked phenomenally in the last 14 years, faced by a government that has not funded them, not invested them and not trusted them. And we really welcome the resetting of the relationship and the change in tone that we've seen coming out of the Department of Education with Bridget Phillipson. But we really need to see, and teachers need to know, that they will get a pay offer that is fair and rewards them for the work that they do. We need that pay offer to be fully funded. 70% of schools are suffering real-term funding cuts since 2010. Our education system is in crisis, and that means that the education that our teachers and leaders provide for children and young people is at severe risk. Now, we have got a recruitment crisis into education, but we've also got a retention crisis. So we need this pay offer to be a real commitment from government to say that that relationship is going to be different, that we value our expert teachers who have been in the profession a long time, and we want to reward them for the work that they do.
Keir Starmer might agree with the gist of everything you've just said about teachers deserving a pay rise, but what he said this week is there's simply no money. The public finances are in a dire state. Regardless of the validity of what you're saying, there isn't any cash. And he's not wrong, is he?
Well, you have to then look at the alternative. So in 22-23, we saw 44,000 teachers leave the profession before retirement. That's 9%. That means that there is a lack of transition into school leadership. We saw 8% of school leaders leave the profession before retirement. Now, if he wants a professional, qualified, expert teacher in front of every child to give them world-beating education, he's going to have to make a financial decision.
There's no money. It's not even a decision. It's taken out of his and Rachel Reeves' hand by the fact that we can't, as a country, afford it.
Well, that's what they're elected for. They have to make those decisions. I don't think parents think it's a difficult decision to fund education, to ensure that we reduce our class sizes. We have 1 million children in classes over 30. We have children on waiting lists for diagnosis for special educational need and disability. Parents know that our education system has lacked investment, and that means that teachers are leaving the profession. And that is the decision that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor will have to make. It's their job to ensure that children are taught by qualified expert teachers.
Niamh, do you think your members, do you think any EU members, teachers in other words, would feel more let down if they didn't get a decent pay rise under a Labour government than under a Conservative one?
I think our members recognise that the government is in a difficult position, but what they want to see is a change in that relationship. They want to feel trusted, and they want to give that trust back to government. So this year's pay offer, as Dave was saying, we want them, we don't know what's in the recommendation from the School Teachers Review Body, but we want them to consider that and it to be fair. And then we want to see, what we can do to talk about future pay deals. We don't have full trust in that independent review body being independent. And, we need to see, it's really difficult for school leaders to, on a year-on-year basis, to be managing their budgets the way that they have been in this process. So we want to sit down and have a long conversation about what we can do around pay and funding to ensure that the profession is supported.
I guess what I'm getting at really is the fact that, we know from polls, we know from data that public sector workers typically more likely to vote Labour than Conservative. That will be true, I'm sure, of teachers as well. Would your members therefore feel betrayed if a Labour government actually just continues a Conservative policy of not giving them much more money?
I think they would. I think for our members, what they also are concerned about is education funding. So it is about their pay, it is about their professionalism and the relationship that we have with government. That has been completely eroded in the last 14 years. So, we have had to hope more. We've had a very different sort of communication from the Secretary of State for Education. And I think our members would be really disappointed if that was to be eroded very quickly.
Niamh, thank you very much for coming on. Really appreciate your time this morning. Niamh Sweeney, Deputy General Secretary of the National Education Union. Take your calls on that in just a moment. Is Keir Starmer right to face down the unions and say there isn't the money available for the pay rises you would like to see? Or if the Labour government isn't giving doctors, teachers, nurses and police officers a lot more money, then what's the point of a Labour government? Some of those public sector workers will say 03456060973. Your calls to come on that shortly. And
human remains have been found in West London by police investigating the discovery of body parts and suitcases in Bristol. The search continues for a 24-year-old male suspect. I'm LBC Shivani Sharma in Shepherd's Bush with the details.
More on that disturbing story after the LBC News headlines. Sinead Carroll.
Well, straight on place in West London as police continue to hunt for a man after 2 bodies were found in Bristol. Remains found in London yesterday are thought to be connected to the same 2 victims. Joe Biden's called Donald Trump unhinged during a rally in Detroit. The US president's facing growing pressure after a poor debate performance and 2 high-profile gaffes at the NATO summit. Alec Baldwin started crying as an involuntary manslaughter case against him was thrown out. The actor's been on trial after a fatal shooting on a film set in 2021. And there'll be a new women's Wimbledon champion later as thousands head to watch the women's singles final. Barbara Krejcikova face Yasmin Paolini on centre court. LBC weather, well, this weekend is going to see a mix of conditions, unsettled for many, more sunshine in the west. Top temperature of 21 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The M25 is closed in both directions between junction 10 and 3 and junction 11 at Chertsey and St Mary on Monday morning because of real works. The diversion takes you along the A320 through Ottershaw and the A245
TV subscription, £22 per month on 24-month contract and broadband minimum speed 25 megabits per second. New customers only, 18 plus terms apply.
This is LBC.
Only quality plumbers like John here get on checkertrade.com.
Look through them, they'll guarantee I'll work up to £1,000.
Let's do this. Guaranteed for 12 months, T's and C's apply.
For a fast way to get around the cost level, think Tube. Here, there, everywhere. Travel fast with the Tube from £2.80 in zones 1 and 2. Tubing, busing, training. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. First stated is the adult off-peak pay-as-you-go journey from Zone 2 to Zone 1 Tube, known as Flying Services.
If loose and missing teeth or dentures affect the foods you can eat or make you feel embarrassed about your smile, speak to us at TDC about how we restore full sets of teeth so you can get your smile and your confidence back. To learn more and book a consultation, visit smilingaday.co.uk. We're now part of Bupa.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
With Enterprise, unlock your holiday and make lifelong memories.
8:21. So Keir Starmer suggesting that public sector workers aren't going to get a hefty pay rise this year. A pay rise that perhaps many of them would have been hoping for under a Labour government. Is that a selling out by Labour of its core supporters, of its own people, doctors, nurses, police officers? Or just another sign that Keir Starmer is serious when he says we're going to put the finances first, we're going to sort out this mess, even if we have to run for some first. Hi, Barbara.
Is that the language is all wrong. Talk of yielding to the representation, and we don't need it. We've had it for 14 years. It would be great to get away from it and to have the language of negotiation, compromise, and language of grown-ups, not little kids in the playground. My second point is that the other party seems to be wedded to the mantra of fiscal responsibility, the idea that the government cannot possibly spend any more than it actually takes to tax cuts. This is rather strange because the IMF has recently okayed government borrowing to maintain infrastructure, and there's no more infrastructure than there is. So if you cannot afford to maintain health service and education service, you actually be in trouble.
How can we talk about the financial cost of giving public sector workers respond. Perhaps there's more. I want to see. Just exercise their money. They can raise money for bonds. How many people really oppose the government saying, right, we're going to slightly increase capital gains tax or
go straight on
tax? Taxes that are largely paid by wealthy people in society. Is going to give public sector workers a pay rise. That would be pretty popular, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? 03456060973. Come back to your thoughts on that in just a moment. Let's first turn our attention to West London, where the manhunt for a suspect linked to the finding of body parts and suitcases near the bridge in Bristol continues. It's taken another dark turn. About this time in West London, Shivani Sharma joins us from the CNBC reporter live in Shepherd's Bush, West London. Shivani, good morning.
Wednesday evening, just before midnight. To repeat that, remains had been found in two suitcases. Suspension Bridge in Bristol. Police were called to report that the man acting suspiciously. We know the officers arrived within 10 minutes or so. Found those two suitcases with remains believed to be that of two men. Now, since then, the focus of the search has moved from Bristol to here in Shepherd's Bush in West London, with the investigation being taken over by the Met. Now, it's thought that the suspect, who police are now naming as 24-year-old Colombian national Justin Andres Mosquera, travelled from London to Bristol, where he left the remains, and made his way back to London again, where officers have now found more remains at the location here on Scots Road in Shepherd's Bush. Now, Ben, I'm looking at the location. It's been cordoned off by police. There's a high police presence here. I've seen at least 4 or 5 police cars this morning. They're only letting residents in and out, as it appears to be. But they believe, as I say, remains of the same men they think that are known to the suspect. Now, here's Commander Owain Richards from the Met speaking just yesterday on this.
The Met is now leading the investigation and the search to find the man wanted in connection with this incident. We are drawing on resources from across the Met to arrest this individual, with detectives working at pace. I would urge everyone to take another look at his image and to think about whether you have seen him or know where he may be. If you believe you know of his whereabouts, please call 999 immediately. He should not be approached.
And Ben, the image of that suspect can be seen on lbc.co.uk. They've described him as a black man with a beard, wearing a black baseball cap, black jeans and black trainers. I've spoken to a couple of residents here who don't want to go on record, but they've spoken to me about how it's a very, very sad situation, that they've heard and seen the news. Now, the bodies have not yet been identified. Police say it's a priority to inform the next of kin as soon as they possibly can. And of course, their priority is to pool their resources from both the Met and Avon and Somerset Police to locate the suspect as quickly as possible.
Shivani, thank you very much indeed. Shivani Sharma, LBC's reporter, joining us from the scene in Shepherd's Bush, West London. 8:29 the time. Couple of texts, lots of texts coming in about whether Keir Starmer should commit to giving public sector workers the pay rise that so many of them have been crying out for years now. Olivier says, I'm a pharmacist, and community pharmacies have seen their funding cut in real terms by 40% in the last 8 years. One of Labour's top 5 priorities is to address access to GP appointments. It will take years to train new GPs, but we have a scheme in England called Pharmacy First, where patients are able to refer themselves or be referred by their GP into a community pharmacy. The Labour government should look at the more global picture and use every part of the health service to ease burden on the NHS. Sophie in Bristol says, Ben, Labour have been in power for 5 minutes. They need time to fix 14 years of austerity, cuts and terrible government. I'm a public sector worker myself, view myself to be working class, a union rep and a member, but will always vote Labour. Come on, though. They've inherited an absolute mess just a week ago. I love this realistic Labour Party. Their previous failings have been spending, so it's not a bad thing that Keir Starmer is being more considered. Gary, though, says, I think Starmer is going to be a one-term Prime Minister. Labour is no longer the party of working people. Austerity by any other name. Who do you agree with? Gary saying Labour is no longer the party of working people and that Keir Starmer's seeming to rule out a big pay rise for public sector workers is more proof of that. Or is Sophie right to say, no, this is just good government? They've inherited an almighty mess. It's going to take time to clear it up. Keir Starmer is right to be cautious and right to be upfront about the situation that he's dealing with. 0345 6060 973. Come back to your calls on that in just a moment. And
there may be a little bit of stock coming here and there. Probably won't be enough to supply everyone with what they need.
UK drug shortages are leaving 3 in 10 people without the life-saving medication they desperately need. I'll bring the full exclusive on that after the latest LBC News headlines with Sinead Carroll.
Police have named the man they're looking for in connection with bodies found in suitcases in Bristol. He's 24-year-old Justin Andreas Mosquera. Remains were also found in Shepherd's Bush in West London yesterday. Officers think there are 2 victims. Joe Biden's used a rousing speech in Detroit to warn of the consequences of another Donald Trump presidency. The president's defying critics within his party, calling on him to exit the presidential race. A judge has ended the manslaughter case against Alec Baldwin and says he can't be trialled again. Defence lawyers claim evidence was hidden after the shooting of a cinematographer on the set of the film Rust. And the King is to host a reception at Blenheim Palace for European leaders next week. More than 45 leaders from across Europe will gather at the historic location in Oxfordshire for the European Political Community meeting. LBC weather cloudy and cool with some outbreaks of rain, especially in the east. A high of 20 degrees.
This is LBC.
You build the world, the spaces we live in, where we work and play. The roads, bridges and ports, schools and hospitals, that's your work. And we're with you on this journey. Procore, your trusted construction partner. Discover our construction management platform that connects everyone and everything on your project at procore.com. Procore, software for the people who build the world.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who is that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
Oh, she's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks can save you up to 8 hours a week so you can bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
Checkatrade are so confident in the quality of the trades on checkatrade.com they want to shout it from the rooftops and from the bathrooms. And who better than John, a plumber from Sussex, to do it for them? Right then, John, let's do this.
Only quality plumbers like me get on checkatrade.com, and if you book through them, they'll guarantee our work up to £1,000.
Lovely. Cheers, John. Let's do this. Checkatrade.com. Guaranteed for 12 months. Eligibility and T's and C's apply.
Frozen Mary glass, please.
Free prescription sunglasses at Specsavers when you buy a pair of glasses from
cannot afford the pensions that we're paying out to people in the public sector at the top of the health service, local authorities, education, all of the pension cost is huge. These shortages are causing her. It's been an absolute nightmare. I've been on the phone for about 3
Foundation has told LBC News that the only wholesaler for Creole in the United Kingdom is currently unable to fulfill orders. And community chemists are worried they may be unable to get their hands on a consistent supply of the medicine until next year, as Pickard explains.
We have heard on the grapevine the stock will not be hitting our shelves until December 2024. So yes, you're right. It may go into 2025 if we have a constant supply of medication. There may be a little bit of stock coming here and there. Probably won't be enough to supply everyone with what they need.
Pressures facing pharmacists are not just limited to Creole. New research shared exclusively with LBC News suggests that 3 in 10 patients have been unable to collect a prescription due to shortages in the last year, affecting people with conditions such as angina, depression and epilepsy. The reason for such shortages depend on the drug. In some cases, manufacturers have simply been unable to get their hands on key ingredients. But pharmacists can't pinpoint exactly what is causing the issues with the supply of Creole. A Department of Health and Social Care spokesperson said they are working on mitigating the issues affecting the availability of Creole and minimising potential disruption to patients. They have also advised any person who has concerns to speak to their clinician.
LBC's Conor Han reporting on that worrying shortage of the drug Creole. It's time. Listen to Ben Kentish here on LBC. Let's come back to your calls and thoughts about whether Labour should give public sector public sector workers the pay rise that I think surely most of us would agree they deserve. Teachers, doctors, nurses haven't had a big pay increase for years now. I think we can all agree, I hope we can all agree that they deserve one. The question is, can the country afford one? And should Keir Starmer make it a priority, given the fact that there's not much money around at the moment? Andrew's calling on this from Lewisham. Morning, Andrew.
Yes, good morning. Couple of points. First of all, you're saying, yes, let the rich people pay on the inheritance tax.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of those rich people that I have to shop at the very cheap stores. I haven't had a new pair of shoes for God knows how long, because us rich people can't afford, some of us rich people cannot afford the basics. Just because our house went up from 13,000 to $1 million, you can't eat the thing. That's for one. I kind of just wanted to ramble on about that one. However, with regards to Keir Starmer's stance, it has to be that way. I don't know if you're around in the winter of discontent. We had all the public people going on strike. We had the coal miners wanting a 31% pay rise. We had the police and the firemen working to rule. So they weren't actually going on strike, but they were working to their time, so there was no overtime. We had the ancillary staff not picking up the rubbish. All of these are public sector workers. And the problem is that once you start on the level of giving a decent pay rise to one sector, say to the GPs, then the nurses, then the ancillary staff in the hospitals, and it goes on and on and on, and then we go back to old Labour. We can only do they need a pay rise? Yes, there are many people that need pay rises. Also in the private sector, they need pay rises. That's the other thing. Once you're giving the public sector pay rises, then you're pushing up the demand in the private sector. You start getting inflation. You know, this is what actually happened back in the 70s.
So, Andrew, what would you do? Would you say yes to some public sector pay rises but not to others, or would you say blanket no across the board?
I believe that people need a pay rise because of the cost of living. However, I would limit it to maybe 2%, 3%, so they all get a little something, but they don't get ridiculous amounts like the doctors are asking for the 2%.
But what the doctors are asking for is simply the restoration of everything they've lost over the last 15 years. That's not a ridiculous amount. That's just taking them back to where they were 15 years ago.
Well, it is, because there are many other sectors on the public sector that are in the same position. And what we have to look at in the past 10, 15 years is what has actually caused this. It's not just one thing. Obviously, we had COVID, we had the war, we had Brexit. it carries on and on and on for the causes of it. And it doesn't mean to say that suddenly we open the Pandora box and everyone gets their money back. It cannot work like that.
But Andrew, the alternative isn't. The alternative is an NHS that doesn't have enough doctors, nurses and midwives, is a social care system that doesn't have enough carers, is an education system that doesn't have enough teachers, is a policing operation that doesn't have enough police officers. That's what we're dealing with right now. And if these people don't get a pay rise soon, that's going to get worse and worse.
With the greatest respect for the last 20, 30, 40 years, it's always been the same. We've always had the same
It's
problems.
not been this bad, Andrew. It has not been this bad. The staffing crisis in the NHS has not been this bad for decades.
During the 70s, it was this bad. And that's why they went on strike, because of this. I am saying, yes, of course they need it, but you can't, if you start borrowing, which Labour used to do, you get into a horrible position where...
So raise it through tax. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry?
Raise it through tax.
And again, if you raise it through tax, then people don't have any money,
so
and the cost of living goes up. The cost of living goes up, inflation goes up, and
Andrew,
everything is
come on.
affected.
If you raise taxes on the wealthiest few percent, it's just not the case that people can't afford food. I'm talking about putting taxes up on the people who can afford it, to pay for a pay rise for people who are struggling.
And what section of are you talking about? Again, we own a £1.7 million house, which was a £13,000 house because obviously the area. We are. I'm on disability. My mother's on a pension. We don't have money to heat the house.
But I'm not saying you should pay more tax now. But if you
are,
if
but
you
you're talking about,
and I don't know your
you're talking about
situation.
inheritance.
Yes, but you don't pay
about. Well, my mother's 96.
Right.
We will pay that. That means that we will have to move. That means that...
Andrew, I'm sorry. I sympathise with you completely, but if you inherit £1.7 million, I don't think it's unreasonable for some of that to be taxed.
Or some of it is already taxed, 40%.
Yeah, and I'm saying I don't think it's unreasonable for a little bit more to be taxed. If you inherit almost £2 million, then...
If you actually work it out and go by what you're saying, that's £2 million ends up to about £300,000 after moving, after all the expenses.
No, I'm not saying tax all of it. I'm not even saying tax the bulk of it. I am just saying that I think, yes, if you inherit that sum of money, it's reasonable that it is taxed in the same way as any sort of capital gain is. And if taxing that sort of money a little bit more, just a little bit more, would help cover the cost of an increase in people who are earning very little more than the minimum wage in some cases, then that to me, Andrew, I get it completely. And it's not a punishment, but I think that is fair. That is a redistribution of people who are inheriting an awful lot of money and using some of it to pay more to people who have almost nothing in many cases. But I understand the emotiveness of it, of course I do. Andrew, thank you for the call. Interesting stuff. Come back to your calls on that in just a moment. But elsewhere, hundreds of novice MPs were sworn into the House of Commons this week for the very first time. But what actually happens when you're elected as an MP, and what do those first few days look like? In a moment, we'll talk to one of them. That's after the latest LBC News headlines from Sinead Carroll.
Detectives investigating the discovery of human remains in Bristol say body parts found at a flat in West London are the same two victims. President Joe Biden's told a rally in Michigan he's not done yet, despite growing calls for him to leave the US presidential race. Alec Baldwin's involuntary manslaughter trial has broken down after his lawyers claimed police and prosecutors hid evidence. And a warning for people heading to Heathrow or Gatwick this weekend. Part of the M25 southwest of London is shut for bridge work. LBC weather, a mixed bag with some showers and some sunny spells, a high of 21 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The M25 is closed in both directions between junction 10 for the A3 and junction 11 for Chertsey all weekend because of roadworks. The diversion takes you on the A320 through Ottershaw, the A245 via Byfleet and along the A3. The A24 northbound is closed from Bear Green to Leatherhead after a large diesel spillage on Tuesday. In Camden, Kentish Town Road northbound is closed between Camden Town Station and Hawley Crescent. That's because of emergency gas repairs. On the trains, there are severe delays on London Overground between Willesden Junction and Stratford after problems problems with the signals earlier. And on the tube, because of engineering works, there's no service on the Jubilee line between West Hampstead and Stanmore, and there's no service on the Metropolitan line between Aldgate and Harrow on the Hill.
LBC.
At Kia, we're excited to announce the Kia Sportage event, with 2 years free servicing on top of all PCP finance offers until the 31st of August. The Kia Sportage has won What Car Best Family SUV of the Year for the second year running, inspiring attention with its refined, spacious interior, seamless connectivity, and advanced hybrid electric technology. Search the Kia Sportage event to order yours today. Take the lead. Drive electrified.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
T's and C's apply.
Next up, which markets might be affected by the election results?
Hi, this is Peter, an investor on eToro. I feel that housing and energy stocks could benefit.
Interesting, Peter. Let's hear another opinion.
Alice here, also on eToro. I think results are so predictable that most market reactions will be priced in.
Sounds lively on eToro. So download the eToro app and join the conversation there.
Not investment advice. The value of your investments may go up or down. Your capital is at risk.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Get that Euro Millions feeling this Friday. 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires. That's 10 more reasons to dance. 10 more robots, 10 more Lumbers, 10 more salsas. 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires this Friday.
Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
With Enterprise, get more from your holiday with a rental car.
It's 8:52. Ben Kentish here on LBC. Let's carry on our conversation about whether Labour is right to seem to rule out big increases in pay for public sector workers, or is that a betrayal of Labour voters? Is that a sellout? Is that a sign, as one text earlier suggested, that Labour is no longer the party of working people? Let's go to Harefield, talk to Hannah. Morning, Hannah.
Morning.
You are a public sector worker?
Yeah, so I'm a radiographer. So literally, I'm just walking into work, going to start at 9. So I heard you on the way in, and I was just compelled to sort of ring.
I'm not going to make you late for work, Hannah, right?
no, you're okay.
I don't want someone missing their appointment because you're chatting to me.
You're absolutely fine. 7 minutes, we're all good.
Good, fire away.
No, so basically I just texted in. I think Labour have obviously walked into the funds and they're not making many, but they should make a commitment to basically pay restoration across the public sector. So anybody who is currently paid by the taxpayer, they look back 10, 15 years ago, look how much that job was worth, and they look now to see how much you're being paid. So if job A has had a 10% increase, but job B has had a 20% increase, then job A should have a pay restoration of 10%. So then everybody gets the same restoration, and then looking forward, anybody who's paid by the taxpayer gets the same percentage. Then it's fair. You have, why is my job worth less than a policeman, say? Why do they get X amount and I only get, a little bit less? Why can't we all just have the same pay increase year on year?
Hannah, it might be fair, and I think it is fair. It's going to cost billions and billions of pounds. And Labour says there's simply no money.
So it's kind of one of those things. It's the idealistic. It's what they should aim to do. So that's more. I think if we knew that maybe that's their aim, and they can't do it at the moment, but that's what they're hoping to do, it might just give people something to sort of to look towards. That way. I know there's not necessarily any money. That's just
it's partly about feeling valued, isn't it? About if they came out and said, look, we're really sorry, it's totally right that you're asking for it, it's completely fair and reasonable, we'd love to do it, but we can't right now, as soon as we can we will. I mean, I'm not saying that would appease everybody, but that would probably go quite a long way to making, Hannah, people in industries and professions like yours just feel a little bit more loved and valued by the people in positions of power. Something I suspect that you and your colleagues haven't felt for quite some time. Hannah, better leave it there just so you can get into work in time. Lovely to talk to you, and I hope it's okay on shift today. Hannah, first-time caller in Harefield. Talking of the new government. I thought it was fascinating this week. We're going to talk about it more after 9, actually. The new MPs, watching them be sworn in, fewer of them than ever before are religious and believe in God. We're going to talk more about whether that matters after 9. But it got me thinking, having worked in Westminster for the best part of a decade, I have no idea what happens when someone is actually elected as an MP. And in this Parliament, we've got more new MPs than we've ever had before. What actually happens? You see the result, you see the count, you see the declaration of who wins. Then what? So I thought we'd ask one of them. Dan Tomlinson is the new Labour MP for Chipping Barnet and joins us. Dan, thank you for coming on. Just over a week ago, you're at that count, you're nervously waiting for the results. You win. Congratulations, your hard work's paid off. What happens then? You find out you've won, you get a couple of hours to celebrate, you realise suddenly, oh my goodness, I'm now an MP and there's an awful lot to do. What happens next?
Well, look, actually, just to say, you actually find out just before you get on the stage. So the returning officer, someone from the council, gathers the candidates and their agents together and passes you a slip of paper to confirm what the result is. And then you go up on the stage. And actually, I had a really nice conversation for a few minutes with Theresa Villiers, the outgoing Member of Parliament in Barnet, where we've come to know each other slightly over the last 18 months, which is another interesting thing that you experience as a candidate. You keep popping up at the same community events. And then, the result is announced. You do your speeches, and then you walk off stage and someone comes up to you with an envelope from the House of Commons.
Straight away? So the minute you're elected, while you're still in your constituency? Who? They can't have people in every constituency, or do they?
So they give the envelopes to the councils that are running each of the counts.
Right.
So one of the staff at Barnet Council came up to me and said, "Congratulations, Member of Parliament.
Wow.
I have an envelope here from the House of Commons, and there's a letter inside."
What's the letter?
So it's saying, well done, congratulations, and it's telling us to come on in, and they will be looking after us and be inducting us, and that is what I went ahead and did. So on Saturday, I went in to Parliament and begun my induction. So I picked up my IT equipment, I had a briefing on security. Of course, it's very important to sit down with IPSA and begin to understand.
They do all the sort of staffing and the finance. They manage all the sort of bureaucracy of Parliament in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Is it all a bit overwhelming? It's an awful lot to take in, and of course, you have no time. You are, from the moment you're elected, pretty much, you're the MP. You have to be sworn in a few days later, of course, but the work starts immediately, and I can imagine it's all a bit daunting in a way.
I wouldn't say it's been overwhelming. I would say it has been really intense. So I sort of didn't expect that the parliamentary authorities would have put on as much as they have. And actually, having spoken to MPs who've been around for longer, this is a step up on previous years in terms of the induction and the training. I know that Diane Abbott said, as Mother of the House, that when she arrived in Parliament, I believe in maybe the early 1980s, she was given a set of keys and sent on her way.
Yeah.
And things have moved on a lot since then. So there's been a lot of learning and training and induction to the House of Commons. And then the big challenge lots of us new MPs have got, particularly those of us like myself who ousted Conservatives, is that we have to build an office from scratch. If you've replaced an MP from your own party, you often will, at least initially, or maybe for the long term, have staff use the same physical building, whereas we're starting from scratch. And of course, the public would expect that anyone who I hire has been through security clearance to be able to enter the estate and access the important emails that members of Parliament receive. So until that's happened, and we're all sort of waiting now for the people who we've initially hired, we are sort of on our own.
It's just you. I guess there's a sort of solidarity in that, because as you said, there are so many new MPs that it's sort of, you're probably learning a lot, and at least there's a sort of sense of being all in the same boat. I mean, does it feel like a sort of, does it have a first day of school vibe to it?
People have said it does feel a bit like freshers. To be honest, for the first week at university. I should say, and I think this is a change in years gone by as well, I have found that so many of my new colleagues on the Labour side, and I can't speak for the others from other parties, are really there to serve their constituents and are taking this really seriously. So the bars haven't been teeming. I think some of us have been enjoying the pleasure of sitting on that terrace and having our lunch out there. And the Parliament is a really beautiful building to work in, and I'm so sort of honoured and thankful for people for sending me there to represent them. But there's a lot of conversation about how can I get this set up, how do I liaise with this government department on this issue that I've got coming in. It does feel like there's a whole new bunch of members of Parliament with a real sense of purpose. And actually, it's interesting. Some of us, like myself, I was a candidate for 18 months before being elected, and so I was somewhat sort of mentally prepared for the prospect of being elected. I wasn't sure it was going to happen. The seat that I have the honour of representing has never been Labour before, but some of my colleagues,
some time to prepare.
I think some of my colleagues didn't quite expect it, and maybe were surprise winners, and so they've been, I think, really having to get to grips not just with the new job, but actually the fact they've got this new job and their life's been turned upside down.
That's Dan Tomlinson, newly elected, I should say, Labour MP for Chipping Barnet. In a moment, we're going to talk more about the fact that, according to the Times headline today, Britain has elected the most godless parliament in its history. Fewer MPs choosing to swear their oath on the Bible or another religious text than ever before. Presumably a sign that fewer MPs are religious than ever before. Does that bother you in any way? Is it sad that Britain, our Parliament, is increasingly godless? Or actually, is that something that we should actually welcome and celebrate? Take your thoughts on that, the other side of the news. 9 o'clock.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock. In the last few moments, we're hearing that a man has been arrested in connection with the discovery of human remains in Bristol and London. Shivani Sharma sent us this report from the cordon at Shepherd's Bush earlier.
The original discovery was made near Clifton Suspension Bridge on Wednesday evening. Then detectives carried out a search of a property here on Scots Road yesterday. They still think there are 2 male victims. They're looking for 24-year-old Colombian national Yostin Andres Mosquera. Police are appealing for the public to call 999 if they see him, but to not approach him. The identities of the 2 victims are yet to be formally identified. Shivani Sharma, LBC, Shepherd's Bush.
We understand that a 24-year-old man has been arrested in the Bristol area and will be taken to London for questioning later today. Next, pressure continues to build on US President Biden to stand down after gaffes on the election campaign trail. He made a rousing speech in Detroit, calling Donald Trump unhinged. Leadership advisor Anita Mendriata told us Biden might not be able to recover from this.
For the last 16 days, there's been intense, unedited and very unapologetic debate within the party itself about whether or not he has the fitness, both mental and physical, for being the actual head of the party to go into the elections. It's causing a significant divide within the party. It's causing huge distraction. They should be focusing on the Republican competition ahead of them, not the debates within their own party itself.
Longer jail sentences don't act as a deterrent, according to a former chief inspector of prisons. Nick Jones was speaking after the government announced that inmates who haven't been convicted of sexual or terrorism offences can be freed in England and Wales after serving 40% of their jail term. He told LBC, "We lack experienced staff to manage prison populations."
It's not that we're sending more people to prison. It's that we're sending people to prison for longer. So if you think of it like a bath, the water is coming in at the same rate, but the outflow is being blocked. So what happens is the level of the bath rises and overflows. And that's where we've got to.
LBC weather now. We're going to see a mixture of conditions across the UK today. Unsettled for many. The west will see the most sunshine, intermittent showers for the rest, though. Highs of 20 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Sinead Carroll.
Why am I leaving a gift in my will to Cancer Research UK? When my wife Sue was diagnosed with cancer, she was given 6 months to live. But thanks to radiotherapy, we had 10 more years together and she saw our daughter get married. We now know her cancer is hereditary. So I need to do everything I can to help my family, even when I'm not here.
Gifts in Wills fund a third of our work helping us develop life-changing cancer research.
Visit cruk.org/gifts in wills. Together we are beating cancer.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ben Kentish.
It's 9:05. Ben Kentish in for Matthew Wright on Weekend Breakfast here on LBC this morning. Great to have you with us. Good morning to you if you're just joining us. A bit of breaking news. Police investigating the deaths of two men whose remains were found in suitcases in Bristol have arrested a 24-year-old man. The Metropolitan Police have confirmed. Get more on that for you as we get it in the next hour. But the conversation I'm keen to have with you is a really interesting one. Really interesting one, I think. Headline in the Times today: Britain has elected the most godless parliament in its history. 40% of MPs that were sworn in this week chose to make the secular affirmation, as it's known, rather than swearing a religious oath on a religious text like the Bible or the Quran or the other equivalents. That's up from 24% at the start of the last Parliament in 2019. So in 2019, more than 3/4 of MPs took the religious oath, and now, getting on for half, decided not to. That phrase in that headline, godless, is so sort of loaded, isn't it? What is it? It throws up ideas of being immoral, of lacking principles, of almost sort of evil at worst. Is that what's going on here, do you think? The fact that fewer MPs and fewer MPs seem to believe in God, seem to have a religious background and upbringing, is that a sign that something's gone wrong? That perhaps our political representatives are becoming less, ethical, as that phrasing would seem to suggest? Or does it not matter to you at all, in any way, shape or form, not one jot, not one iota, whether our MPs do or don't believe in God? It's a trend, of course, it's replicated across the country. It's not something unique in politics. More and more people in Britain are getting less religious. More and more people don't go to church or mosque or synagogue or temple, don't believe in God. And in a way, it's no great surprise, therefore, that we are electing MPs, more and more of whom aren't religious themselves. But it's an interesting question, isn't it? Is that a problem in your view? And if it's not a problem, is it at least something that's slightly troubling, something that's sad perhaps in your view? Would you rather have a representative? Would you rather have a leader that did believe in God, that did have a religious background, regardless of what that religion might be? Keir Starmer was among those who took the non-religious affirmation rather than a religious oath. Does that bother you? Does it bother you that so many other MPs took the same decision? For me, it's irrelevant. I could not care less whether a politician, an MP, a Prime Minister believed in God. I could not care less whether they were Christian or Jewish or Hindu or Muslim or didn't believe in God or religion at all. That, to me, is totally and utterly separate to their competence and their capability to do the job to which they have been elected. In fact, you might even say that it makes it more likely that they will do what they think is best for their constituents and the country, rather than what they feel they have been forced to do or vote for because of their belief in a centuries or millennia-old text. You might even say it's a good thing that MPs more and more will be thinking about that rather than being swayed or influenced by their personal religious beliefs. Because on issues like assisted dying, which is about to come before Parliament, we hear, in this Parliament, Keir Starmer committed to a free vote on assisted dying. Do you want your politicians, do you want our national leaders taking a serious and well-considered and thought-through decision based on what is best for the country and what is best for people in a position where they might need to utilise the option of assisted dying? Would you want them making a decision based on that? Or would you instead want them opposing it because the Bible or the Torah or the Quran told them that they had to? And I know which I prefer, to be honest. Wonder if you agree. 0345 6060 973. And the people who often say, well, if you're not religious, then somehow you're lacking principles. You don't have the same morality as people who are religious. I think that's nonsense. Plenty of religious people who are very far from moral creatures, plenty of non-religious people who are, I know, and you will, I'm sure, have the same experience, who are amongst the best, most principled, moral people that you could meet. So I think it's nonsense. This link between religiosity and morality, I think, is utter nonsense. What about you? Call me. Really interested to hear your thoughts on this one. 0345 6060 973 is the number. You can WhatsApp that very same number. You can text me on 84850 or send an Alexa message by saying, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Come to your thoughts and your calls on that in a couple of minutes. Let's talk first this morning to Andrew Copson, Chief Executive of Humanists UK. Andrew, good to have you on the programme this morning. Thank you very much indeed for coming on. I presume you will say that MPs not being religious is not a problem. Do you think it's actually a positive? Do you think it's somehow a benefit that more MPs are not religious and apparently don't believe in God? Good morning to you.
Morning. I think it is positive in two ways. Firstly, I think it makes Parliament more representative of the country. As you said in your introduction, this 40% of people affirming brings Parliament closer for the first time to looking like the percentage of people in the country who actually don't believe in God, who aren't religious. They're not yet there yet. Parliament is still more religious if you take oaths as an indicator of that than the general population, but they're getting there. I think that can only be good if the House of Commons for the first time begins to look like the country that it serves. And the second reason I think it's good is because people obviously feel able to be honest about this. I mean, for a long time there was non-religious people who felt that they had to swear the oath because they couldn't be honest. They thought people would judge them. They thought that people would think that non-religious people somehow didn't have morals and that they would have to take the oath. In fact, the law even has a special clause in it that allows non-religious people to take the oath, and it's still legally binding because they know that some people will, because they feel they have to take the oath. So I think it's good that people feel that they can, be honest, make the conscientious choice for affirmation without being judged. So I think it is positive. And I think, as you say, we want MPs who've thought seriously about moral issues. It starts with, well, what can I say honestly? I want to only say what I believe and believe what I say. I think that's a good thing for people to want to do. And hopefully that indicates a wider morality that they'll bring to their politics.
If we had, I don't know, 80%, Andrew, of MPs deciding to swear a religious oath, the sort of inverse of what I'm saying is I don't think that would be a problem either. I think it's basically irrelevant whether someone is religious or not. You're saying actually you think it's positive if more MPs aren't religious.
Well, I'm saying I think it's positive because I think that means that they're going to be more representative of Britain. Given that we have a society where over half of people say they're not religious, where 42% of people say they don't believe in God, if you've got a parliament that represents that social situation in the country, I think that's better. I mean, that's what the House of Commons is for. It's for the representation of the people, as the law says, So I think it is just a positive thing if Parliament becomes closer to representing the people. And in that connection, we've seen that with, the 9% of people who swore on a non-Christian text, which again is about what it is in the population as a whole. It's almost, it's 40%. Over 40% women now, the House of Commons, lots of LGBT people. So it's ethnically more diverse. In general, I think it's good for the House of Commons to, in broad terms, represent the people that it's serving. So I think that's what the main reason why it's good to have potentially non-religious people. But otherwise, of course, I agree with you. I mean, I think that, whether people are religious or non-religious, there's not much connection in any of the social experiments or evidence that I've seen that does much about morality. There are very, very moral non-religious people. There are very, very immoral religious people, and so I think on that basis you couldn't judge people from the oath alone.
Andrew, are there other ways in which sort of politics and religion intermingle that you think are problematic and we should move away from? Should we move towards a sort of completely secular politics?
Well, one of the weird things about the UK, actually, is that we're one of the least religious societies in the world. We're easily in the top 10 non-religious societies. We're almost at number 1, actually, on some measures. In identity, belief, practice, we're the most, or at least one of the most non-religious societies in the world. And yet we have one of the most religious states in the world. Our head of state, the monarch, has to be a member of the Church of England. 26 bishops, representatives of the national church, sit in our parliament voting on our laws. No other Western democracy has that. A third of our state schools are run by religious groups at taxpayers' expense, 100% funded by us. They can choose children on religious grounds, teach an unbalanced curriculum. All of our hospitals and prisons have state church chaplains, have to have Church of England chaplains, with other religions getting a little bit of a look in, and humanist, non-religious pastoral care getting an even tinier look in. So there's all sorts of ways in which our state is actually extremely religious, even though we're a very unreligious society. I think all all of those things need to be looked at. But, they're seldom at the top of the list of politicians wanting to deal with these things. But I think they do matter to people, and so I think it is time for a proper look at religion and the state.
Andrew, great to have you on this morning. Interesting stuff. Thank you. Andrew Copson, Chief Executive of Humanists UK. Is there an argument against what Andrew and I are saying? Is there an argument that actually having fewer MPs that believe in God is a problem somehow? Is worrying, in your view? Makes them, less qualified to be politicians and representatives, and yes, our national leaders too? Interested in your view if that is it. 0345 6060 973. Or do you agree with me that it's irrelevant? I could not care less whether my MP, whether our Prime Minister, whether our Cabinet do or don't believe in God. If they do, that's great. Religious freedom, fine. If they don't have a problem with it. Certainly don't think it makes them less principled. Certainly don't think it makes them less qualified to do their job. And what about this idea that actually it's a good thing? It's a good thing if the only factors that a politician is considering when they make a decision on how to vote is what will be best for the country and the people that they're serving, not being influenced by some sort of text that affects their personal beliefs and therefore sways how they vote. 0345 6060 973. Loads of calls coming in on those. Come to those in just a moment. Ben Kentish here on LBC. Time for the latest news headlines on LBC with Sinead Carroll.
A man's been arrested in Bristol after the discovery of human remains there. And in London, he'll be taken to London for questioning later today. Alec Baldwin's involuntary manslaughter trial's broken down after his lawyers claimed evidence was hidden from them. And an AI tool has been developed that predicts whether people with mild memory problems are likely to develop Alzheimer's disease. The weather cloudy and cool with outbreaks of rain in the east, brighter in the west, a high of 21 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The M25 is closed in both directions between junction 10 for the A3 and junction 11 for Chertsey all weekend because of roadworks. The diversion takes you on the A320 through Ottershaw, the A245 through Byfleet and along the A3. The A24 northbound is closed from Bear Green to Leatherhead after a large diesel spillage on Tuesday. It is slow in Camden. Kentish Town Road northbound is closed between Camden Town Station and Hawley Crescent for emergency repairs. On the trains, there are severe delays on London Overground between Willesden Junction and Stratford after problems with the points, and on the tube because of engineering work. There's no service on the Jubilee line between West Hampstead and Stanmore, and there's no service on the Metropolitan line between Aldgate and Harrow on the Hill.
This is LBC.
So your accountant does your audit for you, looks at your accounts, calculates your tax, stuff like that. But do they look at your business model and give you long-term advice to help your business grow? And most importantly, are they looking after you, the owner? At Barnes Rofe, our partners get to know their clients and want to become part of their team. Is it time to see what we can do for you? Get in touch with us at barnesrofe.com to arrange your free consultation. Barnes Rofe, clever accountants for business.
This is LBC.
Only quality electricians like Amir here. Get on checkertrade.com.
Book through them. They'll guarantee our work up to £1,000.
Let's do this.
Checkertrade.com.
Guaranteed for 12 months. T's and C's apply.
At Kia, we're excited to announce the Kia Sportage event with 2 years free servicing on top of all PCP finance offers until the 31st of August. The Kia Sportage has won What Car Best Family SUV of the Year for the second year running. Inspiring attention with its refined, spacious interior, seamless connectivity, and advanced hybrid electric technology. Search the Kia Sportage event to order yours today. Take the lead. Drive electrified.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
T's and C's apply.
Let's double-check the route, OK? We're the mug, and the biscuit tin is our target destination.
Only stick to B roads.
Clever. Did you check the car?
No.
No?
The Quick Fit team did.
You still make me chuckle.
Planning the perfect getaway this summer? Make sure your car's up for the job. Book a free vehicle safety check at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quick Fit. Drive away happy every time.
Celebrate 125 years of Morrison's Market Street with freshly baked Coburg cobs for 50p each with your More card. Made from scratch by your baker.
More reasons to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of stores. Excludes Morrison's Daily. Subject to availability. Online may vary. Without More card 70p. Ends 14th of July. Relax at beaches only the locals know about. Take in views bus tours can't reach and discover hidden gems in your own backyard. Summer's out there. Rent a car with Enterprise and unlock it. With 9,500 locations in more than 90 countries. Where will Enterprise take you? Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
with Enterprise. Get off the beaten track this summer.
9:20 the time. Let's come straight to your calls. Is it a problem, or is it a good thing that this Parliament that we've just elected is, to quote the Times headline today, one of the most godless in history? That's such a loaded word, godless. But all they mean by it is fewer MPs than ever before chose to swear a religious oath, and more took the non-religious affirmation when they were sworn in as MPs. Fine. Doesn't bother me at all. Does it bother you? Richard in Weston-super-Mare. Hi, Richard.
Hello, yes. I am a practicing Christian. And as a Christian, I'm saying this: swearing an oath is a sin. If you read Matthew chapter 5, verse 33, it says, don't make a vow when you make a promise. Let your yes be yes, your no, no. Anything else comes from the evil one. In simple terms, it's commanding you not to swear oaths. And what I believe is Christianity, and it's not a religion. Religion's man-made. Christianity is the real true faith. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is real.
Religion is... Richard, did you just say religion's man-made?
Well, Christianity is not man-made.
But Christianity is a religion. You just said religion is man-made.
No, I said religion is man-made. Christianity is not man-made.
So all the other religions are man-made, but the one you believe in isn't?
It's not man-made. The one I believe is a real true faith, and it's having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And he's my Lord and Saviour. And it's not religion that saves you, it's only Christianity.
Religion, Rich, that's incredible. I mean, with all due respect, that view to me isn't very Christian. Basically, what you're saying is that the other religions that people choose to follow, you have almost no respect for. The man-made is the word you use, whereas...
I love everybody.
Right.
But the only real true faith is Christianity.
So someone who chooses to swear their parliamentary oath on the Quran or the Torah or whatever it might be...
Look, if you've got to be sworn in, you take the affirmation. When you go home, read Matthew chapter 5, verse 33.
But Richard, with all due respect, I don't want the laws of our democracy to be determined by what Matthew said in the verse that you're quoting to me. I don't want the laws of our parliament to be determined by that. A text that was written 2,000 years ago.
It's true. It's true. The Bible is a true word of God, and there's only one way.
What about people who don't believe that? What about people who hold a different view to you?
Well, people have got time while they're on this earth to repent and become a Christian.
So people like me who disagree with you on this, we're sinners, are we?
We're all sinners. The Bible tells us so.
So if there's 40% of MPs that I don't believe in Jesus, I don't believe in Christianity, I don't even believe in God, I'm not going to take that religious oath.
They've made their choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I respect it.
They made their choice. I made my choice.
Yeah.
I'm telling you personally that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is real. Christianity is real.
But Richard, I completely respect your decision to think and believe that. And I'm asking if you completely respect their decision not to.
I love everybody, whatever their faith.
But do you respect their decision to say, I think Christianity is false or is not true and God doesn't exist and Jesus wasn't real? Do you respect their right to say that?
Listen, Christianity is not false. Christianity is a real, true
But that's
faith.
your view. I'm just wondering if you respect somebody's right to say the opposite.
Everybody's got freedom of speech. I'm not disputing that, but I'm just saying the only way to God is through Jesus Christ, save and friend forever. He's the only way into heaven.
That's
you
your
only get
belief.
to heaven through Jesus.
But does someone who doesn't hold that view, does that make them a worse MP in any way, do you think? Or a worse leader? Does it worry you that we've got a Prime Minister that doesn't believe in God?
Everybody's got choice to choose between good and evil.
But that's not evil, is it? The opposite of not believing in Christianity isn't evil. I don't think.
If you don't believe in Christianity, then you are lost.
Then you're lost. Right. So 40% of our MPs.
No, hang on. If you believe in Christianity, if you're Christian, you're saved. Jesus is the only way into heaven. He died on the cross for you and me, so we can be forgiven.
But Richard, those people don't feel lost, do they? They don't feel lost. They don't feel lost. They might have very enriched, happy, fulfilled lives. Who are you to tell them that they're lost?
While we're on this earth, we're only temporary residents on this earth. But, if you read in Revelation, it tells you, when Jesus comes back, when he comes back, he for the world tries to save his people. Okay. Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the life.
Richard, I appreciate that we're slightly going around in circles here. I appreciate the call, Richard. Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk to John in Epsom. Hi, John.
Hello there.
Morning.
Good morning to you.
Your thoughts on this one, John? Does it matter that more and more MPs seemingly don't believe in God?
It worries me a bit because I once heard Lord Denning, the great judge, say that without religion you have no morality, and without morality you have no law.
You don't believe that,
in my case, with a Christian background, the teachings of thou shalt not kill and thou shalt love thy neighbour as thyself form the basis of most of our common law here.
But they also form the basis of most people's morality, whether it's religious or not. That argument that if you're not religious, you don't have morals, I think is so offensive, to be honest.
I would not disagree with you on that, but I think that the religions, and I specifically say it in the plural, are the basis of most people's morality, whether they know it or not, or whether they acknowledge it or not.
That might be true historically, but that doesn't mean that if we don't have as much religion today, people get less moral. People who don't believe in God are, Donald Trump says he's a Christian, for example. There's an awful lot of cases of people professing to be religious who are, I would say, displaying very few morals and principles at all.
I would quite agree with you there, but I think that religion is a force for the good, generally, rather than for
What makes you say that, John? Why is it a force for good?
As I said, because we have inherited this code, which started, as far as most of us are concerned, and through religion.
So the idea that it's wrong to kill somebody, you don't believe that would have emerged if it wasn't for organised religion?
I think it would be much less widely accepted.
Really?
If there had been no widely accepted religion, yes. But also, as you mentioned it earlier in the programme, you talked about assisted dying, and I'd like to draw a comparison with the abortion debate and take you back to 1967, when David Steele introduced the abortion bill in the face of a lot of religious objections, and he was the son of a Church of Scotland minister. And so he had a lot of religious in his background, and that would have informed his thinking on it.
I don't know what your views on abortion are, John, but on those sorts of issues, those moral, ethical dilemmas and quandaries, I don't want my politicians basing their decisions and framing their vote around what some religious text tells them to think. I want them doing it based on their own judgments.
The text, I think, I won't say it's irrelevant, but I wouldn't stick to the text as a strict guide. I think it's more the way it informs us and our morality.
But that's part of the problem, isn't it? You look at the number of US states where abortion is still illegal, and that is justified because they think they are enacting the teachings of Christianity. That, to me, is a really good example of how dangerous it can be when religion strays too far into politics.
I quite agree with you there. But I think it is slightly worrying that people are possibly straying away from the accepted norms that we've had for so long. But perhaps I'm a dinosaur.
What norms do you think people are straying away from?
Well, I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying that they are more likely to stray away if they didn't have a religious connection, put it that way.
Yeah, John, I could disagree with that completely. I don't think there's any link necessarily between. I don't think there's any link at all between someone's morality and someone's religion. Plenty of people profess to be Christian and Muslim and Jewish, and actually in real life enact very few of the values that they claim to believe in. And there's plenty of people who don't believe in God or any religion at all, and are outstanding, upstanding moral citizens, in my view. John, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. Nick, come to your call in just a moment, and lots more. 03456060973. Lots of calls coming in on that. We'll also look at the event that ties together Boris Johnson, Joe Jonas, Kim Kardashian and Tony Blair. What could that be? I'll reveal all after the latest LBC News headlines. Sinead O'Carroll.
Police investigating the deaths of two men whose remains were found in suitcases in Bristol have arrested a man. A 24-year-old man was arrested at Temple Meads railway station in Bristol this morning. The criminal case against Alec Baldwin over the death of a cinematographer has been dropped. The judge ruled prosecutors had withheld evidence. A new Wimbledon ladies singles champion will be crowned later. Italian Yasmin Paolini takes on the doubles champion Barbora Krejcikova for the title. LBC weather cloudy and cool with outbreaks of rain in the east, brighter in the west, a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
Hey, you with the hands at 10 and 2. Ever felt that nudge that your motor might need a little TLC? When it's time to go under the hood, eBay's got you covered. From mirrors to headlights, find all the right parts by entering your reg. And if it doesn't fit, eBay Assured Fit means you can return it for free. That's our money-back pledge. Find the right part at the right price with eBay Assured Fit. Exclusions apply. See ebay.co.uk for more details.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who is that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
Oh, she's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks can save you up to 8 hours a week, so you can bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at dell.co.uk. Welcome to Now.
Molly's heart raced as she gazed longingly at the steamy sight before her. Biting her lip with anticipation, she glanced over at the clock. In a few minutes' time, she thought, things are going to get pretty hot around here. Unable to wait any longer, she hurriedly unbuttoned the top of her blouse to tuck in her napkin, as this steam fresh creamy pasta was going to be very saucy indeed. Bird's Eye Steam Fresh. Frozen meals steamed in minutes. Goodness, that's steamy.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
With Enterprise, 9,500 branches worldwide. Ready when you are.
9:33 is the time. Jenny says, I had an atheistic upbringing, very strict ethics. Don't steal, don't lie, respect your elders, look after weaker people, and so on. Because you are a human being, you have no excuse not to behave like one. Excusing your behaviour by blaming gods is immoral. How dare you suggest, I don't think I've suggested this, Jenny, but how dare you suggest that atheists are immoral? Vivian in Edinburgh says, Ben, look at some of the cruel decisions about their fellow human beings taken by members of the previous government who wrote their religion like a trophy, and look at so-called Christians in the US. It means nothing about their morals. Chris says this, I would be more worried if the number of religiously influenced representatives was increasing. Dogma has no place in politics. Come back to your thoughts on that in just a couple of moments. I want to turn first to the wedding that unites Tony Blair, Boris Johnson, Joe Jonas and Kim Kardashian, all of whom are attending. What is it, and why are so many of the global elite flocking to India to take part in it? Vivek Chowdhury, senior global reporter at Mail Online, who's been covering this wedding and has attended some of the pre-wedding events in March. Vivek, this is the wedding of the son of Asia's richest businessman. He's getting married after months of lavish events. Who is he, and why are so many celebrities, politicians and world leaders going to India to attend? Good morning to you.
Morning, Ben. The son is Anant Ambani, but his father is Mukesh Ambani, who is the chairman of Reliance Industries, which is one of India's biggest companies. And he also happens to be not only India's richest man, but Asia's richest man and the 9th richest man in the world, and is obviously very well connected, has a lot of money, and has a track record of lavish family weddings. You know, this is just the third that they've organised. And obviously because of his connections, because of his power, you know, this is a company that is spread across the States. They own Hamleys, the toy shops and petrochemicals, telecommunications, media. So a lot of the A-listers of the world, influential people of the world, politicians, etc., need to stay connected with him and have all been invited and are in India.
How many of them actually know the couple that are getting married, or indeed the parents, Vivek? Are they going to be seen to be there? Are they going because it's basically a massive, lavish networking event? Or are they, the likes of Boris Johnson and Tony Blair, in some way connected to the Amdanis?
Well, what it is there's different aspects here. There's a lot of networking going on. There's a lot of political kind of, connections here, powerful business connections. So, I'm pretty sure Tony Blair and Boris Johnson don't know this couple very well, but they need to be there. We've got the chairman of Samsung is there, the head of HSBC. We're talking about a very, very influential individual, Mukesh Ambani, who's the father. But not only that, with a company that is very, very powerful and very important. So you've got a combination of family friends. You've got sort of celebrities who just want to be seen there, like the Kardashians. And then you've got the sort of powerful business and political players who are just there because they need to maintain those very important connections.
Vivek, thank you very much for explaining that to us. Vivek Chowdhury, a senior global reporter at Mail Online, who's been covering that wedding for months. I'd love to imagine being a fly on the wall when Boris Johnson bumps into Kim Kardashian. Imagine that conversation. Dread to think. 9:36 is the time. Let's come back to your thoughts about whether it's a problem or whether it's actually a good thing that more and more MPs are choosing not to swear a religious oath when they take office, when they're sworn in Parliament, but instead to take the non-religious affirmation. This Parliament just elected being called the most godless in history after 40% of MPs chose to take the non-religious affirmation rather than swearing a religious oath. Is that a problem? Is it a good thing, or is it just irrelevant? Does it not matter whether or not MPs believe or don't believe in God? Nick's calling from Holland Park. Nick, morning.
Morning, Ben. Ben, this is a world first. I'm in total agreement with you.
It does happen, my friend.
I 100% agree with you, but actually I still think it's a problem that 60% swear a religious affirmation. And I'm sorry to diss your previous callers, but the previous two guys, sorry guys, that is exactly why we shouldn't have a religious affirmation. And by the way, while we're at it, I didn't realise that there was a religious affirmation in Parliament. I know you swear on the Bible when you are a witness or in a court case. But I think they also swear an affirmation to the king, to the monarch.
They do. They have to do that, Nick. They don't have a choice of opting out of that.
Yeah. Well, so by the way, I find that what I think is a problem is that 60% still swear a religious affirmation. I don't think it should be an option, and I don't think we should be swearing at any kind of affirmation. In fact, if they're going to give a pledge, the pledge they should be giving is to us. You and me and the voters. And actually, I think it would be really nice if the affirmation was to all of the country and not just the people who voted for them, which I think a lot of them, say in their
So, Nick, are you saying that actually swearing allegiance to the monarch is also part of the problem?
Totally problematic. Why? They should be their allegiance. We're the ones that, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we were living in a modern democracy. We're the ones, you and I are the ones that elected this, the government and all the and the opposition, and every one of them should be, if you even need to do it. I mean, I don't know about all this standing up and having to put your hand up and pledge and say things. I mean, just tick a box of terms and conditions to say yes, I agree if you're going to be an MP. But if you're going to stand up and do something formal, which maybe they like the ceremony, oh sure, then there's absolutely should be a pledge, not an affirmation, a pledge to us, the voters and the population more broadly.
I'm just looking at what they say. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God. So you're right, Nick. There's nothing about being a good MP. There's nothing about representing the people that sent you to Parliament. There's nothing about telling the truth and upholding moral standards and so on. It is just an act of it's an oath of loyalty to the King.
Yeah, and well, I think we're on the same page. This is it's a red letter down. I'm going to mark this in my diary then.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't, and we had Clive Lewis, didn't we, Labour MP, who ruffled a few feathers and raised a few eyebrows by saying, I swear allegiance to the King, but I believe in a republic, and basically I don't believe there should be a king.
Yeah,
why should he have to swear allegiance to a king that he doesn't believe in?
Well, I don't think any of them should. None of them should be offered the option. But I mean, now we're into the realm of republicanism and the role of an unelected monarch
But even if you believe in the monarchy, and even if you believe there should be a monarchy, forcing MPs to swear allegiance to a monarch they don't think should exist, to me it's it's pointless at best.
100%. So the problem is, having the option to have the affirmation to a religious one or the one to the monarch. Frankly, Labour, take the hat off to Starmer if they would do something about that. I mean, they've got the majority to do it.
Nick, good to speak to you. A rare moment of agreement. Let's make the most of it. Thank you very much, Nick in Holland Park. Karen texts just on that saying, I see swearing allegiance to the King as shorthand of swearing allegiance to the country. They're very different things, aren't they? Karen, there will be times where the interests of the monarch are clearly not necessarily aligned with the interests of the country. And to have MPs who are committed by oath, an oath they've sworn, in many cases, on a religious text that means something to them, to being loyal to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, does that not risk putting them at times at odds with the people they're supposed to represent? Shouldn't it be their constituents that they are swearing allegiance to? I agree with Nick on that completely, that I don't mind if there is an oath of allegiance, but surely it should be to the people of this country, not to the head of state. That's democracy. Tina's calling from Haddenham. Hi, Tina. Morning.
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to say that I certainly don't want people swearing allegiance to a God in whom they don't believe, but at the same time, if they actually do believe in God, I think that by definition would mean that they would have a higher, no, not a higher moral standard. You can be perfectly moral without being of any faith whatsoever, but they have an ultimate allegiance which is more than to their constituencies, but would always be for the benefit of their constituents. And I'm afraid when you refer to people like Trump as a Christian, you're doing the same disservice that people do when they talk about people in Soviet Russia being communists. Just because you say you're a Christian doesn't mean you're a Christian. A Christian is somebody who's turned their back on an amoral
I'd say a Christian, Tina, is someone who says that they believe in the principles and teachings of Christianity. I don't think other people can... We can't objectively assess who is or isn't a Christian, can we?
Well, we can, because as Jesus himself said, by their fruits shall you know them. In other words, what people do shows you what they believe. So if they behave in an amoral way, if they lie and consort with prostitutes and talk about grabbing you-know-what in the genital area, then you can be pretty sure that they are not a follower of Jesus Christ, because nothing in their behaviour would give you cause to think that they were. And just as people can behave morally without having a faith, so I would maintain as a Christian, if you have a faith, a genuine faith, you could not behave amorally, you could not behave to the detriment of your constituents. Naming people who claim to be Christians and showing that they are immoral does not disprove that real Christians would be trying, with their every living breath, to live in a moral way. And I would say, if you think that society now is better than it was when I was growing up in the 50s, you're very badly wrong.
But do you think that's linked to the decline in the number of people who are religious?
I absolutely do. I think I would trace it directly to Margaret Thatcher, who taught people to stand on their own feet and somebody else's if they needed to get on.
Margaret Thatcher, who on the steps of Downing Street quoted Francis of Assisi.
Yes, and she ruined it for me forever and many other Christians by doing so, because
doesn't that disprove your argument, Tina, that someone who would absolutely have called herself a practicing Christian, she's the person you hold responsible for the decline of society?
Do you know that woman went into a church in Scotland and preached on the story of the Good Samaritan and told the moral of it as he would not have been able to help if he hadn't had any money? I rest my case. Somebody who could see the Good Samaritan as a story about wealth and the benefits of wealth.
But that's sort of my point, is that even if we agree that society has declined in some way over the last few decades, and I don't know if I do, by the way, a lot of minorities,
you think it's better now? Do you think children are happier?
I think if you're a person of colour, if you're gay, if you're a woman, then yes, society is probably a better place for you than it was in the 1950s.
Well, I think you'd be wrong on the whole, actually.
What, you think?
I am all of those things. Whilst I'm not of West Indian origin, I certainly have.
Tina, come on, you only have to go back 30, 40 years and there were signs outside houses saying no blacks, no Irish, no docs. I mean, that's not a place we want to go back to.
No, that was wrong, and I'm not saying it wasn't. It didn't just say no blacks, it said no Irish.
That's what I'm saying, no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry, I missed
But that's the society that you sort of think in a way that was better than the one we have today.
I think it was better because we brought children up thinking that to do the right thing was good, to look out for other people was good, that in school every morning we had... Oh, I'm so sorry. I've got a terrible pain all of a sudden. That looking after each other was good. Looking after the poor was good.
And you don't think we teach that now?
No, absolutely not.
But even if that's true, Tina, and sorry to jump in again, I don't see how that is linked to religion in any way.
You don't.
No,
you
I
don't. Think that when children grow up being told, look after your neighbour, turn your cheek, do the right thing, be kind.
But I don't think those are solely religious values, is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that. I said right at the beginning that you can be moral without it. What I was objecting to was you implying that society is doing fine without religion. I think society is doing poorly without religion.
Okay, I got you. I've got you completely. I don't think society is doing fine. I certainly don't think society is doing fine. I guess where we disagree is I don't think that is because we are becoming less religious. I think it's happened in correlation. That doesn't mean it's the cause. Society might have declined and people might have got more religious. I don't think those two things are linked by cause, if you see what I mean. That's where we disagree. Tina, great call, really interesting. Thank you very much indeed. Tina in Haddon, come back to your thoughts on this. In just a moment, Ben Kentish here on LBC. It's 9:47, news headlines. Sinead Carroll.
A 24-year-old man has been arrested over the deaths of two men found in suitcases in Bristol and in London. A US judge has dismissed an involuntary manslaughter case against the actor Alec Baldwin after the shooting of a cinematographer in 2021. Ukraine's president will meet Ireland's Prime Minister later to discuss Russia's ongoing invasion. And pubs and bars will be allowed to stay open later tomorrow as England face Spain in the Euros final. LBC weather, a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers today, warmest in the west, a high of 21 degrees.
LBC travel line Dave Goff. The M25 is closed in both directions, putting junction 10 for the A3 and junction 11 for Chertsey until early on Monday morning because of roadworks. There are queues on the approaches and on the diversion that takes you on the A320 through Ottershaw, the A2455 Byfleet and along the A3. The A24 northbound is closed from Bear Green to Leatherhead after a large diesel spillage. The Rotherhithe Tunnel is closed in both directions. A car's broken down. In Camden, Kentish Town Road northbound is closed between Camden Town Station and Hawley Crescent because of emergency repairs. On the trains, there are severe delays on London Overground between Willesden Junction and Stratford, and on the Tube there's no Jubilee line between West Hampstead and Stanmore, and there's no service on the Metropolitan line between Aldgate and Harrow on the Hill.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, Matt Fry.
Our prison system is broken, offering neither deterrence nor rehabilitation. Does Labour have a plan to fix it?
Matt Fry on LBC.
If loose and missing teeth or dentures affect the foods you can eat and make you feel embarrassed about your smile, speak to us at TDC about how we restore full sets of teeth so you get your smile and your confidence back. To learn more and book your consultation, visit smileinaday.co.uk. We're now part of Bupa.
At Kia, we're excited to announce the Kia Sportage event with 2 years free servicing on top of all PCP finance offers until the 31st of August. The Kia Sportage has won What Car Best Family SUV of the Year for the 2nd year running, inspiring attention with its refined, spacious interior, seamless connectivity, and advanced hybrid electric technology. Search the Kia Sportage event to order yours today. Take the lead. Drive electrified. Kia. Movement that inspires. T's and C's apply.
Being part of a winning team makes all the difference. And when your team's packed with professionals with years of experience, you know you'll get great results. Whatever your business, when you need a parcel delivery partner, get mailboxes, etc. on side. We'll defend your item with expert packing, keep it covered against damage, and dispatch it with world-class carriers. Search mailboxes, etc. and choose the strongest team. Wow, what a delivery!
Want to make a difference? You can now give your non-ULEZ compliant vehicle to Ukraine and be given the means to evacuate the wounded, deliver essential aid and more. And you could still receive the full London ULEZ scrappage grant payment relevant to your vehicle of up to £11,500. It really does pay to make a difference. Search for British Ukrainian Aid today. British Ukrainian Aid is a UK registered charity and the TfL partner for the ULEZ scrappage scheme to Ukraine. The scheme won't last forever. Eligibility criteria applies. See the TfL website for details.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
With Enterprise, transparent rental fees give you peace of mind this summer.
Verena in Leytonstone says, Ben, I've recently been sworn in as a magistrate. The magistrate's oath also includes doing right by all manner of people, quote, without fear, favour, affection or ill will. Why don't our MPs have to swear that? Why don't they have to swear the same thing? All they have to swear is allegiance to the king. Mad, if you ask me. Let's come to Mike in Bridgend on this. Hi, Mike.
Hello there. Not a pretty controversial topic.
The most, not at all. The most godless parliament in history.
Well, who cares? My personal belief is when religion is kept personal and not judgmental and not powerful, then I think it's quite a benign force, religion. When, as previously, historically, for example, in the Christian faith, it's powerful, institutional, and is everywhere, then it is something to, well, quite often it was something and can be something to be feared. And so, at the moment, I don't think there's much to fear from whatever parliamentarians are like. But that's my basic point, is that whenever it goes beyond the personal, this is what I believe, and this is how I'm going to live my life, to this is what I believe, and this is how you should live your life, and here's all the prescriptive rules for you to do so, then I think it becomes a problem. And that's just my basic point, really.
Mike, are you saying, just to boil down what you say, are you saying that religion and politics should be kept completely separate?
No, I think that where religion is, if you have like I say, the Old Testament was fire and brimstone, horrendous. It got amended by people, essentially, to make it more palatable. So fundamentally, if you are an Old Testament kind of character and you believe that, you were to believe that in your soul, and then you brought that to politics, I think that could be very problematic indeed. But so it depends on the type of religion somebody's professing, the kind of level of it. And all I'm saying is that I want to live in a country where I can stand up anywhere and say any religion is nonsense, and somebody else who's religious can stand up and say, Mike, you're talking nonsense because you're not religious. And there's no anger in that debate. But, that's my only point, is when it's strong, it's something to be feared. The Catholic laundries in Ireland, where they had women working in terrible conditions, all the evil perpetrated, for example, by certain religions is undoubted and historical. And so that the idea that somehow that if somebody's religious and have religious in their heart, that's a great thing in and of itself. It's what you actually do and and how you practice it, I think, really. You can't say religion is great in itself or not being religious is great in itself. It's how does that individual bring it to bear in the day-to-day life. I'm totally irreligious, but my biggest fear would be causing somebody else harm or hurt or upsetting somebody.
So this idea, Mike, that somehow, and we've heard it from some callers, we've certainly heard it on texts and tweets, that somehow if you're not religious or if the society's not religious, then society's less moral or you're less moral, you would, like I would, pretty comprehensively reject that.
Well, look, religion, people play a clever trick. They turn around, when religion does something terrible, they turn around and say the people who did it weren't religious. When something terrible happens, like they weren't really Christians, because they did something terrible. So it's a very easy get out for any religious faith to turn around and say, well, although that terrible thing that happened, that person can't have been a X, Y, or Z religion because they did something bad, right? So it's a great get out. So when a religious person does something bad, they can't be religious. When an a-religious person does something bad, well, it's because they were a-religious. The church or whatever didn't find them the way.
No, I
it's
think
a crafty way out.
Yeah, Mike, I agree completely. Thank you for your call, Mike. I appreciate it. I agree completely. A lot of people do a lot of bad things while professing to be religious. A lot of people do a lot of very good things who don't believe in God or religion at all. Chris is a first-time caller in Winchester. Morning, Chris. Welcome.
Good morning.
Welcome to the programme. Your thoughts on this?
Thank you. Well, I'm now retired priest, psychologist, and I'm a member of Humanist UK. And I don't see any contradiction in that, although many people do. For me, all religions are a man-made construct, and they mostly originated at times when we had no scientific knowledge as such. And it was humankind trying to make sense of the universe and did it in various different ways. And one can see that in the way religions differ. To be tied down to thoughts that occurred perhaps 3,000 years, 2,000 years ago, now, that doesn't seem to me to be very sensible.
So do you not believe in God, Chris?
It depends what you mean by that word.
It's a big question, isn't it?
Because different religions have different ideas about what God is like. And
I just meant when you said it's quite surprising to see someone as a priest say that Christianity and religion are man-made.
Well, the religion themselves is man-made. They come out of experiences of particular people, and of course Christianity comes out of the experience of the person of Jesus. I've no doubt that he lived, but understanding him as the Messiah and the Christ came out of developing thought of the time. The idea that he is the saviour of the world because he died for us comes out of an age when sacrifice was part of everyday life. And to understand his death as a sacrifice was...
But is that not, I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the priest, but is that not quite a fundamental part of Christianity, that belief?
It is, absolutely it is. But what I want to say is 2,000 years on, perhaps we should be re-examining the beliefs that came out of that particular time in history.
That's so interesting. It's very interesting to hear a priest say that, Chris.
Yeah, I say I'm also a humanist. I think behaving as a decent human being is the core of all great religion.
And you don't see religion as having a monopoly on that. Chris, great first-time call. Fascinating stuff. Look forward to speaking to you again soon. Thank you. Final word on this to Samuel in Finsbury Park. Morning, Samuel.
Morning. Hello. I'd just like to come out and say I did vote for Keir Starmer, but if he had come out and actually said he was actually religious, and I mean saying I honestly believe in a religion, I wouldn't have voted for him. I couldn't have taken him seriously. And I'm sorry, that goes for anybody who actually tells me they actually believe in this. I think in this day and age...
You would never vote for any politician who's religious in any way?
Not if they actually believed in it. I would never hire somebody who actually believed in it.
You'd never hire somebody who was religious?
So if Keir Starmer had come out and say he believed in Jediism, would you have voted for him? I think in this day and age, we need to come up and say, look, guys, it's obviously not actually
Samuel,
true.
Sorry, I think that says more about you, to be honest, than it does them. Surely you want people who are good, who can do the job. That's incredibly intolerant of you, judgmental.
It's not. It's not compatible with modern life. I mean, if he doesn't believe in evolution, he won't believe in global warming.
It doesn't mean that at all. There's plenty of religious people who believe in evolution. Don't you just want the best people for the job, regardless of what they believe about God and morality and so on?
Well, I'm sorry, if you believe in, these sort of stories about, life after death, No, I don't. I could.
But again, there's plenty of religious people who don't believe in life after death, and you've just ruled them all out because they happen to have a faith.
Yes, I think if they believe in something that's not actually true, as in scientifically real, then I'm sorry, you're believing in fantasy, and I don't trust you to make actual
I would
decisions.
say that is the same sort of intolerance that I have when it's espoused by people who are very religious. It's the same sort of moral certitude.
Okay, but we're backed up by science, and they're not, so they're backed up by faith. Yeah. And I will take science over faith.
I've got to leave it there, Samuel. I hear what you're saying. I don't like that sort of black or white. If you're religious, then you're more moral. If you're not religious, then you're not. Or what you're saying is then, if you are religious, then somehow you're disqualified from doing a job. And I think that's just as sort of moralistic in a way, from a different perspective, as some of the calls we've heard defending the role of religion in politics. I've got to leave it there. Thank you for your call, Samuel. Thank you for all your calls, texts and tweets today. Don't forget, if you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, the official LBC app where you can pause and rewind live radio. Download that for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Thanks again for your company this morning. I will be back with you same time, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Hope you join us then. Coming up at 12 on LBC is Ali Miraj. But up next, the great Matt Fry.
Thank you very much, the great Ben. The Russian plot to assassinate the head of the biggest arms manufacturer in Europe. Grim reality that would once have been lurid fiction. The Democrat plot to remove Joe Biden from the presidential ticket. Much to the distress of the plotters, Biden has found his mojo, at least last night, at least on auto cue. Every day America talks about Biden's senility is a day they don't talk about Trump's lies. But we start here with the prison system, miserably overcrowded, now offering neither deterrence nor rehabilitation. Labour has inherited the crisis, the first serious one of its brand new government. Do they have a plan to fix it? And if it is or isn't coming home tomorrow, can we please, please, please retire the phrase forever?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock. Police have arrested a 24-year-old man in connection with the deaths of two men found in suitcases in Bristol. Further remains were discovered in London yesterday. A cordon is still in place at a flat in Shepherd's Bush. Shivani Sharma is there.
They say he will be taken to London for questioning later today. They say extensive inquiries are still ongoing, but that at this stage, police are not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident. They say they continue to work closely with colleagues in Avon and Somerset Police.
Next, defiant calls from President Joe Biden.
A lot of speculation lately. What's Joe Biden going to do? Is he going to stay in the race? Is he going to drop out? Here's my answer. I am running, and we're going to win.
He told a rally in Michigan that he's not done yet, despite growing calls for him to leave the US presidential race. Some within his party are calling for the 81-year-old to step aside after a bad performance in a TV debate and other gaffes on the international stage. Hollywood actor Alec Baldwin sobbed in court after the involuntary manslaughter case against him was dismissed. A judge sided with his legal team, who said prosecutors hid evidence possibly linked to the shooting of a cinematographer on a film set in 2021. An artificial intelligence tool can predict with 80% accuracy if people are likely to develop Alzheimer's disease. Neuroscientist Dr. Tim Rittman was involved in the trials. He told us it could reduce the need for invasive tests and improve outcomes for patients.
So what our study has done is taken brain scans, the sort of MRI magnetic brain scans that people usually have as part of their diagnosis, puts that with the cognitive tests that people have in clinic, and uses that information to make a diagnosis of Alzheimer's, really at that very earliest phase where people have subtle memory problems.
And a large sea turtle has been released back into the Atlantic Ocean after 3 months of rehabilitation. The male loggerhead named Bubba was craned out of the water in April. Biologists think he could be 75 years old. LBC weather, mixed conditions across the UK, unsettled for many. The west will see the most sunshine, intermittent showers for many of us. Highs of 20 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Sinead Carroll.
So, explain Nationwide Savings Watch thingy to me again?
Nationwide tell their customers if they have better savings rates available. Been doing it for years.
Oh, that's the problem these days. People expect to be handed everything on a plate. Muffin me.
Another one?
What is this? Muffin Watch?
With Nationwide Savings Watch, we'll tell you when we have new savings accounts or better rates. Nationwide, a good way to bank. Available to Nationwide members aged 16 or over with an email address. To register, visit nationwide.co.uk/savingswatch. T&Cs apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Matt Fry.
A very good morning to all of you. Tell an Irishman, even an Irish American, to get out of the way and he will dig in his heels. That's what Joe Biden seems to be doing right now. The clamour for his retirement is growing from Hollywood stars to grandees in his own party. But much to their frustration, Biden is not shifting and his scripted performances are getting more robust. We are so screwed, as one senior Democrat put it to me last week. All that and its consequences for American democracy at 11 o'clock. But we start here. It may be coming home, but will it want to stay? From sewage to public services to the weather, you might forgive it for preferring exile. The issue that has even knocked the football off some of the front pages this morning are overcrowded prisons. It is the first acute crisis of the new government, one that they've inherited full square from the previous government, one that they know will engender lurid headlines in the tabloids, hence their attempt to get ahead of it, and one that could prove politically perilous when the first serious crime is committed by an offender who's been released early to make room for the next inmate. It is said that we should judge society by how we treat our weakest and indeed our most difficult citizens. By that yardstick, we are failing. Our criminal justice system is failing, victims and perpetrators. Justice is now so slow it is frequently denied. Our overcrowded, mostly Victorian-era prisons do not do what they were built for. Early release, even before the latest announcement, undermines the point of deterrence. The reality inside jail undermines the principle of rehabilitation. We fail on both fronts. James Timpson, the businessman whose chain of hardware shops has long employed ex-offenders, may bring a fresh approach to this vexing and persistent issue as the new prisons minister. Since he is not a professional politician, he may stay longer on the brief than the usual average 11 months. Just enough to realise that ministerial careers die on the prison brief. But the problem goes beyond prisons. The probation service is underfunded and understaffed. Criminal barristers are paid too little to make it an attractive profession anymore. And then there's the social backdrop of poverty that allows crime to flourish. Lots of stuff to unpack. My first guest this morning on the subject is Stephen Gillen. He is the General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association. Good morning, Stephen.
And good morning to you, Matt.
It's very good to have you on the programme. Paint us a picture, please, of the state of our prisons right now.
Well, Matt, even before this general election, the PRA have been saying for many years that we're in crisis. And it's not just prisons that are in crisis. It's a knock-on effect to the whole criminal justice system, and that's due to underfunding, austerity measures, and the appetite for everybody, all politicians actually, to say, let's get tough on crime and let's just lock people up. But reality's hit home now. No matter what government formed after the 4th of July, they were always going to have to take drastic action to release some of the pressure on prisons and the courts and policing, actually, as well.
And the reason why they have to act with such haste is that we've literally reached full capacity. I mean, we're a couple of 100 beds short of cells short of full capacity.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct there. We're creaking at the seams, to be honest with you. There's a backlog of Crown Court and Magistrates Court cases, and we're going to have a real adult debate. I've been saying it time and time again on LBC and other media outlets. We can't just keep locking people up in the manner that we are. Of course, victims should always come first. Victims of crime, first, second and third in that order. But the reality is, you know, we've got people being locked up for non-payment of fines, and it's costing, on average, the taxpayer to lock someone up for a year, £40,000. You could send someone to Oxford or Cambridge for that amount of money.
Do you have any idea what the proportion of prisoners is, of inmates is, that you think should not have been going to prison in the first place?
Well, there's a lot of... It's very difficult to put a figure on it, to be honest with you, numbers-wise. But I would say that, look, there's 3,000 people already serving indeterminate sentences, which is IPP, which was outlawed in the year 2012 because it was such a gross miscarriage of justice, locking people up that are overdoing the tariff. I mean, there's one case where someone stole a bike and served nearly 15 years. There's people committing suicide because there's no release date for them on IPP. So we know there's 3,000 prisoners there. They won't all be released. That's the reality, because some of them still are a danger to the public. But with government now setting the 40% sort of tariff discount, reality is that will free up some maybe 4,000 or 5,000 spaces by the end of the year. But that's only a patchwork quilt. What we've really got to do is look at the long term, and you can't build your way out of this. The reality is previous governments have shut 20 jails and have not opened enough capacity for prison officers to do the job of rehabilitation. And you mentioned about James Timson coming in. And it might be a breath of fresh air, actually, someone looking at it from a fresh perspective. And we look forward to meeting James and Shabana Mahmood in the next few days, so that we can look long term. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, where do you think the biggest problem is? It's not just capacity in prisons, is it? It's not just, you're not going to fix this by building more prisons. It is about the whole criminal justice system, who you send to jail, for how long, whether whether you've got the right amount of staff or funding for the probation service if people are released early.
Well, that's the other issue. It's okay releasing them back into society, because eventually 97% of prisoners will eventually be released anyway at some stage. But you're right, we haven't got the infrastructure. Probation is creaking at the seams from understaffing and different things, the caseloads. We haven't actually got the infrastructure. So as fast as we might be releasing people, they're probably going to reoffend and come back in again. But I think what we've got to do is look at this long term and say, look, let's see what works. We can't just keep locking people up for short-term sentences. The general public do need protected from serious organised crime, violent offences, sexual offences, domestic abuse, things like that. But the reality is there are some offences where people are getting locked up because society hasn't got the infrastructure to deal with mental health issues. So inevitably they're going to offend and come into prison, and we're not equipped to look after them.
Now, the new government has said, as a matter of policy, that they will reduce sentences for lesser crimes. People will get out earlier. That's a matter of policy. It'll be openly stated from the beginning. The previous government, did not declare it as such, but they allowed, I think up to 10,000 people to leave early because of overcrowding. From your experience, from the experience of your officers, did those early releases have an impact on how they regarded jail? Did that change the mood inside the prisons in any way?
No, I think there's got to be a root and branch review of the whole criminal justice system so that prison... I mean, if you actually go back to the Strangeways riot in 1990, right, they were talking about overcrowding then as a core issue about the Strangeways riot. But there was only 40,000 prisoners then. We've got double that now. We've got more than double that now. So the principle of the issue is prisons are a powder keg. They're bubbling at the seams. My members do a magnificent job on behalf of society, keeping the roofs on.
Are you finding it hard to recruit prison officers?
I don't think it's hard recruiting. I think it's hard retaining.
Right.
So when they come into the job, they just look and say, this job isn't for me, it's too violent. I didn't expect this. And
how many of them say that? What's the proportion of people who say that?
Well, it's very difficult now. I mean, the leaving rate before 2010 used to be less than 3%. Now it's in double figures. It's about 12% now. That's nationally, but localised, it can be as high as 25% leaving.
All right.
In the first 2 years.
Well, that's serious. Obviously, that's something else that needs to be fixed. Steve Gillard, thank you very much for coming on the programme. Stay on the line if you like, because I want to bring in Anne Widdecombe, Justice spokesperson for Reform UK, former Conservative Prisons Minister. Good morning, Anne. Hello? Are you there? Are you there, Anne? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, you're there. Can you hear me?
I've been hearing you throughout, yes.
Oh, good. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. I thought you might have just disappeared, but luckily you didn't. And you were prisons minister in between 95 and 97, I gather. How was the state of our prisons at that time?
Well, I also faced a huge surge at that time in the prison population, and my response was to produce more places. I mean, that is absolutely basic. If you've got overcrowded prisons, you need more places.
Mm-hmm.
And, for example, I brought in a prison ship, which Labour derided as the return of the hulks, but then kept for 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I commissioned disused porter cabins from Norwegian oil rigs, put them down in the lower security prisons. And but for the advent of the then general election, I was about to take over a disused holiday camp. So in other words, I found temporary measures to deal with the accommodation pressures.
Right.
There is a long-term problem, and what we've and basic to that is having enough spaces not only to accommodate people, but to accommodate them decently. For example, in the early 90s, we heavily reduced sharing cells.
Mm-hmm. Which is no longer the case now. I mean, lots of cells are shared, aren't they, at the moment? But do you think that goes beyond just capacity and space? Do you think, as Stephen Gillen just told us, the whole system needs to be reformed root and branch?
I don't know that you need a root and branch reform because, when the prison population is up, the response is to say, oh, we've got too many people in prison. We should be going back beyond that, and we should be saying, why are so many people committing crime? Is it a matter of effective? Is it a matter of effective deterrence? Is it some breakdown in society? Should be asking that before we start worrying about, the prison population.
Do you think that some people who are going to prison at the moment for lesser offences should be going to prison?
There are very few at the moment simply because of the overcrowding. And what my experience has always been, and consistently was when I was that when people complained that people had been sent to prison for trivial things, if you looked into it, it was repeated behaviour. So in other words, they weren't being sent there because they failed to pay one fine. They were sent there because they regularly failed to pay their fine.
OK, and stay on the line. We might just try and improve that line a little bit. Steve Gillen, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So you heard Anne Widdecombe there saying, actually, it is just basically about capacity and it's not about a root and branch reform. You don't agree with her, or you do agree with her?
No, I don't agree with Anne at all, to be honest with you. I mean, when she was Justice Minister or Secretary of State at that time, back in the 90s, there was only 40-odd thousand prisoners, quite frankly. So she was talking about then opening up the prison ship, which was the Weir, and other porter cabins and different things. And she did do that. That's absolutely fine. But that was crisis management as well. So now we've got 88,000 prisoners. We're creaking at the seams. We need a proper review of sentencing policy, because I can't believe that Britain's any more violent than any other nation in Europe, but we seem to lock up more people per percentage of population. It doesn't make sense.
But are we? I mean, what she was saying is that we should not be looking at, why people aren't rehabilitated, or we should not be looking at so much at the deterrence effect of prisons, or maybe that too. But essentially, the main question is why are people committing crimes in the first place? That's what she's saying.
Well, I think she's right to say that, and I think we've got to look at that and say, but does everybody deserve to go to prison? I mean, we're now nearly 30 years on since Anne was a Justice Minister, quite frankly. The world has changed, society's changed, and different things. I was an operational prison officer back in the 90s. I'm now General Secretary. And the reality is, we used to have care in the community for individuals that had mental health issues. There's nothing now. So by default, they end up in prison. And that isn't the place for mentally ill people. What we should be doing is diverting them away from prison and caring for them, maybe in the community or elsewhere, where the public have got absolute confidence that they're going to be safe by not putting these people in prison, but giving them the correct drug treatment programs and so forth to deal with the problems. Anne
Widdecombe, did you hear that, and what's your response?
I heard most of that, yes. My response would be, frankly, the problems that we had in the 90s are very much the same as today. Yes, of course, the world has changed. But the issues that you get in prisons, how much time you can spend on rehabilitation as opposed to simply security, all those sorts of issues are exactly the same, and they won't change unless we have a completely different approach which says you supply the places, you supply the staff, and you put rehabilitation at the centre of the system.
But if the reoffending rates are as high as they are now, I think 50% of those released back into the community reoffend, then something has gone horribly wrong with rehabilitation, hasn't it?
Well, indeed. And the fact is that those figures that you've quoted of 50% reoffending rate, nothing new. Nothing new under the sun. The other thing
but that's no excuse for not trying to fix it.
Let me finish this. And is appalling is the percentage, it was about 75% in the 90s, it hasn't much changed, of people who come into prison with either no literacy and numeracy or extremely low levels of it, and then leave prison with exactly the same levels. That is a scandal.
Right. So how do you fix that?
You fix that by education in prisons, just as you fix work opportunities by training people in prisons. Other countries do this. No reason why we shouldn't.
Right. Steve Gillen, education in prisons. I mean, it seems to be that most of your prison officers are dealing with crowd control, or even some would say sedation of prisoners, as it were, but not with actually, there's not enough room, there's not enough space, not enough time, not enough energy to deal with the other stuff.
Absolutely right. And to be honest with you, all we're doing is warehousing people. And that's not correct. I think Anne's got a major point about education and rehabilitation. But, I've been around the criminal justice system for 34 years, and we don't rehabilitate people. It's a wing and a prayer, really. And, of course, lots of political parties competing with each other to say who can be toughest on crime. What we need is an adult conversation. And I'm glad that Keir Starmer has recognised that we have got a major problem. Prisons are in crisis, and I think they're going to look long-term at dealing with this issue, and hopefully we won't just have that revolving door that Anne spoke about, and we will make things better, because at the end of the day, the general public are paying taxes to fund these prison places. You cannot keep building prisons and hope that we're just going to alleviate the problem. We've got to have a root and branch review about what we want from our criminal justice system, because it's creaking at the seams.
Anne Widdecombe, very briefly and finally, James Timpson has taken over the prisoners brief. The hope is that he'll stay longer than, I think, the average of 11 months. You stayed there for 2 years in 95, but prisons ministers don't last for very long because they want to move on to the next brief. Do you think his appointment was a good idea, very briefly?
Yes, very briefly, of course, we don't move on because we're too bored with it. We move on because we're getting experience in other departments. But it may do. It may make a difference. Let's see. It'll only make a difference if the resources follow.
Okay.
That's the only thing. He cannot rehabilitate the prison population without the staff and the resources and the spaces to do it.
All right. Anne Widdecombe, thank you very much. Steve Gillen, thanks to you as well. The question to you is, does Labour, as far as you know, have a plan to fix the criminal justice system and especially the prisons part of it, which, as we've heard, is in dire straits and needs fixing? It has ever been thus, and just as long as the crisis has soldiered on, the solutions have not been coming. It's time to change that and to do it now. 0345 6060 973. Whether you're a former inmate, whether you're a prison officer, whether you're in charge of a prison, whether you're a politician, I want to hear from all of you what you think about this problem. 0345 6060 973. I'm Matt Fry. This is LBC. The time is 10:22.
This is LBC. Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m.
Labour politicians who have served in opposition, many of them for 14 plus years, now walk up Downing Street to be positioned in the cabinet by Prime Minister Keir Starmer. When Boris Johnson won a stonking by-election victory in Hartlepool in 2021, you would have got extremely long odds that Keir Starmer would, just 3 years later, be delivering an acceptance speech from the steps of Downing Street.
Tom Swarbrick.
With Enterprise. Get off the beaten track this summer.
LBC.
Want to make a difference? You can now give your non-ULEZ compliant vehicle to Ukraine and be given the means to evacuate the wounded, deliver essential aid and more. And you could still receive the full London ULEZ scrappage grant payment relevant to your vehicle of up to £11,500. It really does pay to make a difference. Search for British Ukrainian Aid today. British Ukrainian Aid is a UK registered charity and the TfL partner for the ULEZ scrappage scheme to Ukraine. The scheme won't last forever. Eligibility criteria applies. See the TfL website for details.
Being part of a winning team makes all the difference. And when your team's packed with professionals with years of experience, you know you'll get great results. Whatever your business, when you need a parcel delivery partner, get mailboxes, etc. on site. We'll defend your item with expert packing, keep it covered against damage, and dispatch it with world-class carriers. Search mailboxes, etc. and choose the strongest team. Wow, what a delivery!
Cruise charming streets, find empty beaches, and discover the countryside's hidden gems. Summer's out there. Rent a car with Enterprise and unlock it for less. Prepay and save 10% on your Enterprise rental this summer. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Matt Fry on LBC.
With Enterprise, get more from your holiday with a rental car.
We're talking about the prison system and how it can be fixed. It is the first big crisis of the new Labour government. The Justice Secretary tried to get ahead of the problem by basically saying there's now a plan to reduce the sentences of thousands of prisoners who are there on lesser offences to basically create some space in the prison system. But ultimately, much more needs to be done. You've got to build more prisons. You've got to maybe change the sentencing regime. You've got to make sure that the probation service is better funded and has more staff to deal with those who are released on licence. You've got to look at the systemic societal reasons for why people keep offending and then re-offending. Lots of stuff to be getting on with, and I'm sure the reason why the Labour government is so focused on it is because they can just see that first headline in the Daily Mail or the Daily Express when one of these people who's been released early commits a serious crime. Heaven forfend. That is bound to happen at some stage. It's bound to be picked up by the papers. Let's go to Ricky in Mansfield. Ricky, you're on the air.
Hello, Matt. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, mate.
Good. What do you think?
My point is, I think if Labour's... by the way, I voted Labour, but if their plan is to release criminals from prison onto the streets, then that is a real diabolical plan. Firstly, because I think that's going to... If they reoffend, the crime rates are going to go up. Yeah. We already haven't got enough officers on the street to deal with the crime that's currently going on, as we can see. And I just think it's a bad state of affairs. Now, a simple solution for me would be to tag these criminals, tag them, release them from prison and tag them on house arrest.
Right.
And put them on a waiting list to be returned to jail when there is space if they reoffend. And if they do reoffend in that time or commit any crime in that time while they're on house arrest, then just add additional time to the sentence as a deterrent to not go out and do these things. And, if they do good behaviour and they go out and do good things for the community and everything, then maybe look to reduce the sentence. It's a simple solution, really, for me.
Well, it happens in lots of countries, doesn't it? I think even in the United States, where they love to lock people up, tagging people is quite common under house arrest. Ricky, thank you very much for that call there from Mansfield. Let's go to David in Ellerton in Yorkshire. David, you're on the air.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I worked in the prisons for 24 years.
Right. You were a prison officer?
I was an instructional officer.
Right. Okay. So you dealt with rehabilitation?
Yeah, I was a teacher of my trade.
Right.
And all the 24 years I was there, I managed to get 4 people into a job.
Out of how many? That you taught? Thousands?
Thousands.
And only 4 you got into a job?
Yeah.
And why is that, do you think?
They don't want to work.
Are you sure?
They tell you. Yeah, they say, I don't want to work. I'll get the benefits. I don't want to work. And the more you try to teach them, they just want basically a qualification to show the parole officer. I've done it. When they go out, I've done this. I'm okay now, and off we go.
So do you think rehabilitation is just a waste of time?
Well, for the most of them, yeah, because they get stuck in the ways and with the gangs and the mates, and all sorts. And because there's a hierarchy, there's hierarchy on the wings. There's a certain sex, and you can't. There are little gangs in there's got leaders down gangs, and they run the wings.
Right.
So it's none of this rehabilitation. It never works. I mean, 24 years, I never saw that much change.
Okay, David, thanks very much there. Call from Yorkshire. Let's go to Clive in Bristol. Clive, what do you think?
Morning, Matt.
Good morning.
Yes, it's funny. This is a totally opposite sort of perspective from your previous caller. I've not been in this sector, but one of the things I've done as a part-time thing in my leisure time was to work for charity that rehabilitated people coming back out of prison. And this is for 18 to 30-year-old males. And what we did was we mentored them for 6 months, and we gave them all the skills, got them jobs, gave them structure, helped them financially, not from a sort of giving them money, but helping them structure and understand those things. And these were people that were doing things with either knife crime or drugs, whatever it might be, and serving quite long sentences, some of them.
Right.
And we have an 86% success rate of non-reoffending by rehabilitating people out in the society as well. So it gives them an opportunity to build a relationship with somebody.
So you have a completely different attitude to the previous caller who worked inside prisons as a prison officer engaged in education.
Totally, yes, because these people that are coming on these particular schemes have to volunteer for it, and they get a shorter sentence by the very nature of that. But the fact that we give them time and they can contact us whenever they want to, however they want to, they're not committed to having to turn up at a specific time every week. They just have to be in contact with their mentor to give them structure. And that's what they need, because they've got broken environments, and we help them get their jobs. And we're taking some of these people from £1,000 a week tax-free cash from drug dealing to a £250, £300 a week job where they've got to get their own transport and get to work. And then they suddenly see, they're hard work.
Sure.
No doubt about that. But it does work. And if you've got an 86% success rate, you can't knock that.
Right. No, you can't knock that. But are you the exception that proves the rule?
I would say that probably the charity that is probably the exception, and maybe that charity ought to be duplicated elsewhere. Maybe replicate that, maybe inside the prison as well. Right. And maybe do that before entering them into prison. And give them that as an option. To show them the error of their ways.
Okay. Clive in Bristol, thanks very much for your call. I want to hear more from you. What do you think? If you're an ex-prisoner, if you're an ex-prison officer, if you are a member of society who feels alcohol as a result of this new policy, or thinks it's the only way to deal with this persistent problem, prisons being overcrowded, reoffending rates, etc., then call 0345 606097. We're also going to be discussing the issue of Joe Biden. And in the next half an hour with Kim Darroch, former British ambassador to Washington, who knows some of the players involved in the issue very well. Let's hear what he has to say about this. But for now, here on LBC at the time of 10:32, it's time for the news headline. The news headline time. Wishing
Forensic police are still at a flat in London after human remains were discovered there yesterday. A man's been arrested in Bristol this morning as part of that investigation into the deaths of 2 men. The involuntary manslaughter case against Alec Baldwin has been dismissed. The cinematographer died after a shooting in 2021. Ukraine's president will meet Ireland's Prime Minister later to discuss Russia's ongoing invasion. And the Princess of Wales will attend the Wimbledon men's final tomorrow. Italian Yasmin Parolini takes on the 2-time doubles champion Laura Kripakova in the women's single final on centre court today. LBC weather, a mixed bag today, warmer in the west, more showers in the east and a high of 21 degrees.
LBC.
Most homes would save with Octopus. Matt switched and started saving in April last year.
You just get it right because of communication. You step down the big energy comes over.
Octopus Energy, outstanding value with a ready customer service. Visit octopus.energy/value.
search at
Go straight on.
audi.co.uk or visit your local Audi centre. Audi. Vorsprung durch Technik. T's and C's apply. Excludes Q6 e-tron, SQ6 e-tron and new e-tron GT. £750 off the on-the-road price. Retail customers and participating Audi centres only.
Next up, which markets might be affected by the election results?
Hi, this is Peter, an investor on eToro. I feel that housing and energy stocks could benefit.
Interesting, Peter. Let's hear another opinion.
Alice here, also on eToro. I think results are so predictable that most market reactions will be priced in.
Sounds lively on eToro. So download the eToro app and join the conversation there.
Not investment advice. The value of your investments may go up or down. Your capital is at risk.
Flying from Luton Airport. The Luton Airport Express takes you from London St Pancras to the terminal in as little as 32 minutes. From just £10. Ready? So let's go. Let's go for adventures with friends, sun and sea with the family, or a city escape somewhere romantic. Turn left. There's no traffic and no stress. So pack your bags and let's go on the Luton Airport Express. Buy your tickets now at lutonairportexpress.co.uk.
Most homes would save with Optimus Energy. Outstanding value with award-winning customer service. Visit optimus.energy/value for our calculation.
Let's fry on LBC.
With Enterprise, get off the beaten track this summer.
We're going to be speaking to our former ambassador to Washington, Derek, in a minute about Joe Biden. But first, more calls on the prison system. And let me just read out this text here. Matt, please emphasise, I should have done that earlier in the day now, that people will be released after completing 40% of their sentence. This is under the new Labour policy. Instead of the usual 50% was done kind of more informally under the previous government. So 40% of sentence completed and then you're out. Unless something goes drastically wrong or obviously not for certain offences. Anyway, let's go to Melanie in Mablethorpe. Melanie, you're on the air.
Oh, hello there. Ex-senior civil servant, and I was extremely close to the recruitment of prisons and probation. So my insight on this is basically, yes, there's a massive underfunding issue. We are being told...
When did that start, by the way, the underfunding issue?
I've been years. I mean, I've applied 14. My experience, 7 years.
Right. But was it after austerity or was it before then? Did it happen under Labour? Did it happen under the Tories? Give us some historical perspective.
It happened under the Tories. There was in 2000 and I can't remember the year, but basically there was a mission to reduce the amount of staff. There was a lot of staff that were made redundant.
Inside the prisons or in the probation service?
In the prisons.
Right.
In the prisons.
Oke, kalau gitu kita sudahi dulu live streamingnya. Terima kasih bagi yang sudah menonton dan sudah mensubscribe channel ini. Kalau begitu, saya Yudi pamit dulu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dadah.